Chapter 275. Boom, boom. In the forest, the destructive attack crushed countless towering trees into powder. Lin Yi integrated the Heavenly Emperor Fist, the Heavenly Frost Aurora, and the Sky-Destroying Finger into the battle. Every attack was smooth and clean, like flowing water. It looked like a light attack, but the power was earth-shattering. All 18 celestial realm demonic beasts fell. Lin Yi's spirit became more and more tense. Floating in the air, the Silver Star sacred sword appeared in his hand. It was 1,000 inscriptions' sacred weapon, exuding a destructive saint aura. With him as the center, the sword realm cut the space into pieces. The gold realm shone with golden light. At this moment, Lin Yi had reached his peak state. Damn you, human! Terrifying demonic chi filled the air, followed by an unparalleled holy aura. However, what puzzled Lin Yi was that he did not see any demonic beasts when the holy aura descended. Soon he understood. Emperor-level demonic beasts could transform into human form. Sure enough, a demonic middle-aged man appeared in front of him. The middle-aged man exuded an unparalleled saint aura. He was like a peerless demon god. An emperor-level demonic beast in human form was indeed terrifying. After transforming, emperor-level demonic beasts were more adapted to fighting with humans. They also had high intelligence, not inferior to humans at all. Die, beast, Lin Yi said, and waved the Silver Star sacred sword in his hand. 1,000 inscriptions' sacred weapon could destroy heaven and earth with one blow. And at this moment, the blow carried the first style of the sky, sword 12 styles, 19 chilling sword. The sword realm and the gold realm were combined, and its power was peerless. The sword light flashed, and the world was cold. Swish! To Lin Yi's surprise, his full-strength sword was blocked by the other party's bare hands. One should know that his sword was thousands of times stronger than when he was in Sky City. However, the Emperor-level demonic beast in human form blocked it easily. It didn't even hurt the other party. That's all. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Yi's blow and said disdainfully, Emperor-level demonic beasts were equivalent to human half-saints. Lin Yi was a celestial realm martial artist with 5 Qi-Yang realm martial artist. Therefore, there was a huge gap between his cultivation base and that of a demi-sage emperor realm martial artist. Boom! The middle-aged man finished speaking. He threw a punch at Lin Yi from a distance. In an instant, unparalleled demonic power and holy might descended. The space trembled and shattered. In an instant, the destructive fist smashed in front of Lin Yi. Absolute defense. The Silver Star's sacred sword left Lin Yi's hand and floated in the air. Immediately, a Taiji light and shadow shield appeared in front of him. Absolute defense, the true absolute defense. Bang! Poof! With a muffled sound, the fist landed heavily on the Taiji shield. The Taiji shield trembled violently and almost shattered. However, it managed to block the fist in the end. However, the incomparably powerful demonic energy caused Lin Yi to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body quickly retreated backward. The towering trees were broken into pieces. His entire body seemed to be on the verge of falling apart. At this moment, he finally understood the gap between a celestial being and a half-saint. Even if a powerful half-saint couldn't break through the absolute defense with a single strike, that unparalleled power could still injure you. Cultivation base. Cultivation base. The gap was too big, and the battle was not symmetrical. At this moment, Lin Yi's desire for cultivation base had reached its peak. Die! The middle-aged man's body flashed. Another punch was thrown at Lin Yi. This punch was countless times stronger than before. If he was hit, even if Lin Yi had a self-healing body and the Divine Dragon 9 transformations, he would still die. He was about to be hit. A trace of helplessness appeared on Lin Yi's face. Imprisoned. Looking at the middle-aged man, he pointed his finger in the air. Suddenly, there was a strange fluctuation in space. Then, the middle-aged man was strangely imprisoned in the air. Cold sky, aurora. Taking advantage of the middle-aged man's imprisonment, Lin Yi flapped his wings of space and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above the middle-aged man's head. In his hand, a ball of cold sky aurora appeared. Then, the cold sky aurora fiercely slapped down on the middle-aged man's head. At this moment, the middle-aged man's imprisonment had already recovered. Looking at Linya's actions above his head, the middle-aged man was clearly startled, not knowing what had happened. The threat of death made it instinctively react. However, it was too late. Wherever the cold sky aurora passed, the middle-aged man's entire head was pierced. The cold sky aurora wreaked havoc in his body. Screams and roars rang out one after another. The middle-aged man returned to his original appearance. A powerful monster beast that was 30 meters tall was constantly struggling. At the end of its life, its final struggle was earth-shattering. The towering trees were reduced to dust. The aftermath of the demonic power and demonic aura forced Lin Yi to activate his defense to resist. Rumble, finally, 3 breaths later, the Emperor-level monster beast fell down, unable to move. Its life force was rapidly fading, and it couldn't be any more dead. Ding! With a slight sound, 16 points were added to the heaven list. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. Then, he realized that this demonic Emperor-level beast was not an ordinary one. It was a demonic Emperor-level beast that had gone through 2 tribulations. A demonic Emperor-level beast that had gone through 2 tribulations was equivalent to a demonic Emperor-level beast that was 5 ranks higher than him. Therefore, the heaven list value he obtained was 16 points. An Emperor-level monster is indeed powerful. Lin Yi threw an elixir into his mouth, hid in a towering tree, and began to heal his injuries. His injuries weren't serious. Even if he didn't heal his injuries, his self-healing body would be able to heal him quickly. 2 hours later, he opened his eyes, flashed, and flew into the depths of the forest. His injuries were completely healed. He had already made up his mind. He shouldn't fight with an Emperor-level monster rashly. That would be too disadvantageous for him. Unless his cultivation reached the level of 9 to 1, or even reached the Transcendence Golden Body, he should avoid an Emperor-level monster if he encountered one. Also, with his current cultivation, fighting an Emperor-level monster was not worth it. It took a lot of effort, and he had to take risks, but he only earned 16 points on the heaven list. If he used this time to deal with heavenly man-level monsters, it would be faster to earn heaven list points. Of course, when he got used to fighting, he would have to fight an Emperor-level monster. Fighting an Emperor-level monster often could not only earn heaven list points, but also improve his combat experience and strength. 1 day later, Lin Yi's heaven list value reached 171 points. 2 days later, Lin Yi's heaven list value reached 387 points. 3 days later, Lin Yi's heaven list value reached 613 points. Looking at the time, his figure flashed, and he quickly flew out of the forest. This was the last day of the month. Although he knew that it was impossible for him to be on the heaven list, he could go and see how powerful those people on the heaven list were. He could remember the most powerful experts so that when he met them, he wouldn't know who they were. In less than half a day, Lin Yi returned to Tiny Spirit City again. At this time, countless experts gathered outside Tiny Spirit City. Chapter 276. He carefully scanned with his divine telekinesis. He sized up all the experts around the heaven leaderboard. There were more than 5,000 experts. Lin Yi was stunned by this discovery. Only 2,000 people from the 2 empires and the 8 major foreign tribes came in, but there were more than 5,000 experts here. And this was not including those who were not here. Why were there so many experts all of a sudden? More importantly, most of these experts were unfamiliar faces. They were not from the 2 empires or the 8 major foreign tribes. Aboriginals. A word appeared in his mind. Lord Yinsheng had said that there were not only experts from the 2 empires and the 8 major foreign tribes in the Great Xiao world, but there were also aboriginals. Moreover, the aboriginals were very powerful. Those unfamiliar experts were clearly hostile to outsiders. But in Weiling's city, no one dared to fight here. Countless names flashed on the 1,000-meter-tall crystal tablet. Those who were at the top had the highest ranking. First place, Ruo Lan Yu, 681,492 points on the Heaven leaderboard. Second place, Xiao Yu, 601,000 points on the Heaven leaderboard. Third place, Mu Zhili, 600,472 points on the Heaven leaderboard. Fourth place, Tyne Lake, 393,421 points on the Heaven leaderboard. Fifth place, Dongwu Hao, 339,810 points on the Heaven leaderboard. Sixth place, Zhuge Wu, 250,333 points on the Heaven leaderboard. 100th place, Luo Xiao, 80,118 points on the Heaven leaderboard. 200th place, Mo Luo Jian, 40,023 points on the Heaven leaderboard. 300th place, Mu Tianxing, 20,000 points on the Heaven leaderboard. 1000th place, Bai Yun, 4,000 points on the Heaven leaderboard. Lin Yi glanced at the Heaven leaderboard and could not help but be shocked. The top 100 experts were indeed powerful. They had almost 100,000 points on the Heaven leaderboard, especially the top three. Each of them had 600,000 points. He could not figure out how they got 600,000 points in a month. There were 2,000 people on the Heaven leaderboard. Lin Yi saw that he was ranked 1701. After 3 days of crazy battles, he was only ranked 1700. It was unimaginable to enter the top 100. Ruo Lanyu has been ranked first for 4 months. I truly didn't expect a woman to be this powerful. Xiao Yu is also very strong. 4 months ago, she was number 1. She and Mu Zhili took turns to be number 1 and number 2. Now, there is Ruo Lanyu. The top 3 on the Heaven ranking list have left the others far behind. If only I had that many points on the Heaven list. Countless voices were talking about the top 10 experts. There was not much fluctuation in this ranking. Basically, it was the same group of people. Lin Yi realized that there were many women among these experts, and these women were all very powerful. This isn't their final Heaven roll score, because they still have amplitude. Who doesn't know that? The one with the highest amplitude is Ruo Lanyu, whose amplitude is 1. 7. Ruo Lanyu is close to 700,000 Heaven leaderboard points. Including the amplitude value, that would be close to 1,200,000 Heaven leaderboard points. If the amplitude reaches 2, 0 or 3, 0, that would be terrifying. Do you think it's so easy to increase the amplitude? The amplitude value was raised in the Tiny Spirit Tower. In the 33 floors of the Tower of Tiny Spirits, the amplitude would increase by 10% with every floor passed. The higher the amplitude value, the more Heaven leaderboard points would be added. Brother Lin, you're so powerful. You entered the Heaven leaderboard in just 3 days. The third prince, Sun Wuyu, greeted Lin Yi when he saw him. He was shocked by Lin Yi's strength. In just 3 days, he had obtained more than 600 Heaven leaderboard points. It was enviable. The other experts from the Tianyang Empire were also envious. Lin Yi's team members also went up to greet Lin Yi. To them, the stronger Lin Yi was, the more beneficial it would be for them. Although they did not have any conflicts of interest with other experts, if they were to fight with other experts, the stronger they were, the better it would be for them. Outsiders, you're so short-sighted. You have the cheek to praise a mere 600 Heaven leaderboard points. A local expert saw that the expert from the Tianyang Empire were envious of Lin Yi. He could not help but curl his lips in disdain. He looked down on outsiders from the bottom of his heart. May I know who you are? When the third prince heard the local expert's words, immediately, he was filled with anger. He opened his mouth and asked the local expert. His tone was calm. After all, he did not know who this local expert was or how strong he was. Mu Tianxing, the local expert said. He raised his head to the sky with an arrogant look on his face. He really did not know where his arrogance came from. Why did he have to be so arrogant? He looked down on everyone as if he was the king of the heavens. He's ranked 300 on the Heaven leaderboard. Mu Zhili is your brother, right? The third prince was stunned. He had a dignified look on his face. He knew that the local expert in front of him was ranked 300. What made him feel dignified was that Mu Tianxing had a terrifying brother, Mu Zhili, who was ranked 3rd on the Heaven leaderboard. He was definitely an invincible existence among the diviners in the Great Xiao world. It's good that you know. Mu Tianxing nodded proudly. So it's Brother Mu. The third prince smiled apologetically. In the ruins of the great Xiao world, not only did he have to face the experts of the two empires, but he also had to face the experts of the 8 foreign races. What made him even more fearful were the local experts. Now that he had met an expert on the heaven leaderboard, and this person's brother was ranked 3rd on the heaven leaderboard, he naturally could not offend him. At least for now, he had to endure it. Don't call me your brother. You're not qualified. Mu Tianxing glanced at the third prince with disdain. He said indifferently. After saying that, he turned around and left, as if he was humiliating himself by talking to an outsider. His behavior made countless experts of the heavenly purification territory feel angry. However, they did not dare to say anything. Go back and cultivate. Only when you're strong can you have the right to speak. Lin Yi patted the third prince on the shoulder and said. He naturally knew that the third prince had just stood up for him, but he did not expect to be humiliated by Mu Tianxing. However, he had to endure it now. When he had the chance, he would teach Mu Tianxing a lesson. I must make him kneel on the ground and beg for death. The third prince looked at Mu Tianxing's back and said in a low voice. After that, Lin Yi and the other team members entered Tiny Spirit City together. The members of their team all gathered in the third prince's castle. Lin Yi left all these matters to the third prince. This was because he did not want to affect his own cultivation. Moreover, he knew that he was not as good as the third prince in handling matters. In the ruins of the great Xiao world, opportunities and dangers coexist. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a narrow escape. What we're facing is not only the experts of the Heavenly Jin Empire, but also the experts of the Tianyang Empire. The 8 foreign races are also our opponents. The most powerful enemies are the local experts and monsters. In 3 years, we'll try our best to earn Heaven Leaderboard points and cultivate in the Tower of Time. We'll use the Heaven Leaderboard points to exchange for rare treasures. Back in the castle, the third prince's mood had improved. He said seriously. Chapter 277. Including Lin Yi, this team originally had 31 people, but now there were only 13 people gathered together. Based on the time, most of the others had died. Otherwise, they would have reached Tiny Spirit City long ago. In just a few days after entering the Great Xiao World ruins, almost 2/3 of them had died. One could imagine how terrifying and cruel it was inside. This was just the beginning. It was not a joke to say that one would die 9 times out of 10. Although there were 13 people gathered now, it was unknown whether there would be 3 who could leave the Great Xiao World ruins alive. Actually, in the Great Xiao World ruins, Heavenless Points, Tower of Time, Tiny Spirit Tower, and Heavenly Treasure Pagoda are all in a virtuous cycle. They complement each other, and the strong will always be strong. With Heavenless Points, you can cultivate in the Tower of Time and improve your cultivation by leaps and bounds. With Heavenless Points, you can exchange for rare treasures and equipment in the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda. With powerful equipment and cultivation, you'll be able to obtain more points on the Heaven list. It's all linked. Now, the place you're going to is the Tiny Spirit Tower. See how far you can go. With each floor, you can increase your Heaven list points by 10%. The third prince paused for a moment. He continued. Actually, even if they did not understand this, they knew that it was a virtuous cycle. The strong will always be strong. However, no matter how virtuous the cycle was, there had to be a beginning. Of course, apart from the 3 treasure lands in the Tiny Spirit Tower and Heavenless Points, there are many other things that can make you stronger. The Great Xiao World ruins have endless opportunities and opportunities. Tiny Spirit City is only a small part of it. In other words, Tiny Spirit City is insignificant in the Great Xiao World. The national treasure of the Cloud Sky Kingdom, Cloud Sky Tower, was obtained from other secret realms in the Great Xiao World. His Royal Highness the Third Prince spoke without stopping. Lin Yi and the other strong people listened and could not help but admire the Third Prince. In just 3 days, he had learned so much. Compared to him, the difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. As the team leader, I only have a few words to say. As for other matters, Sun Wuyu will arrange everything. If you follow me, you won't be disappointed. What I hate the most is betrayal. If you don't want to stand on my side now, you can leave. I won't force you. I guarantee with my integrity that in the world of Grand Xia, even if you leave my team, I, Lin Yi, will not do anything to you. I will even treat you like a team member. However, I will not give you any guarantees or benefits. Now, I'll give you 15 minutes to consider. Lin Yi waited for the third prince to finish speaking. He stood up and said what he wanted to say, because he already had a plan in mind. However, before implementing this plan, he had to eliminate some disloyal people. Captain, Captain, Captain. Of the 13 people, some were deep in thought, some were hesitating. However, they quickly decided to follow Lin Yi. There was nothing else to say. The title of captain was enough to prove their choice. They chose to follow Lin Yi. All right, tomorrow is a new month. Let's go to the Dark Forest to earn heavenless points. As your captain, I'll help you for a month. Within this month, I'll bring you to hunt more beasts. After a month, it will depend on your luck. I hope that all my team members can become saints and leave the world of Grand Xia alive. Lin Yi said. After finishing his words, he turned and left. However, he didn't return to his castle. Instead, he walked towards the Tower of Time. Captain, do you have a powerful method to earn heavenless points? Even the top 10 strongest people in Sky City are no match for Captain. Tian Yi is so strong, but he was still defeated by Captain in one strike. No one will believe that Captain doesn't have a trump card. To earn 600 heavenless points in 3 days, he must have a powerful method. Don't think too much. Prepare well and follow Brother Lin to the Dark Forest tomorrow. Brother Lin's strength is beyond our imagination. In the future, you'll understand how wise your choice is today. After Lin Yi left, everyone was still in shock. Of course, they were also excited. For a moment, there were endless discussions. They were curious about what Lin Yi was so confident about. In the end, it was the third prince who stopped their discussions. He asked them to return to their castles and prepare well. Those present were either monstrous powerhouses of the Tianyang Empire or one of the 3 monstrous powerhouses of the kingdom. Every one of them was extremely arrogant. However, at this moment, they had to submit to Lin Yi and the third prince. More importantly, in such a place, surviving was the goal. The Tower of Time, one of the 3 treasured lands of Tiny Spirit City. It was located in the center of Tiny Spirit City. There were countless guardians here. There were also mysterious formations left behind from ancient times. There was simply no one who could cause trouble here. If anyone dared to cause trouble here, Tiny Spirit City's defense would immediately annihilate them, causing them to vanish into thin air. Not even a trace of them would be left. The Tower of Time was 1,000 meters tall, but only 100 meters in diameter. It was like a sharp sword piercing through the clouds. Mysterious. Ethereal. That was the first impression it gave. Streaks of colorful light surrounded the Tower of Time. In front of the Tower of Time was a huge square. There were powerhouses coming and going in the square from time to time. However, most of them were here to have fun. Not many could enter the Tower of Time to cultivate. After all, entering the Tower of Time to cultivate would consume a terrifying amount of heavenless points. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze from the Tower of Time. He strode towards the entrance. At the entrance, there was a giant guardian. His eyes were like torches, making one's heart tremble. Enter the Tower of Time. Understand the rules first. Before Lin Yi spoke, the guardian pointed to the stone tablet at the side. There were small silver words flashing on the stone tablet. These small words were the rules and precautions of the Tower of Time, as well as the corresponding amount of heaven list points to pay. The first level, 10 heaven list points per day. The second level, 100 heaven list points per day. The third level, 1,000 heaven list points per day. The fourth level, 10,000 heaven list points per day. After understanding the rules of the Tower of Time, Lin Yi looked at the price. Seeing the price, Lin Yi was speechless. However, there was a reason for the high price. The higher the price, the greater the proportion of time spent cultivating inside. On the fourth level, the time ratio was different. In other words, 16 days of cultivation inside was only 1 day in the outside world. However, the heaven list points consumed in 1 day of cultivation on the fourth level were equivalent to 1,000 days of cultivation on the first level. Linyi thought about it. Those who came here were all monstrous powerhouses. They would definitely not waste their time on the first level. They would spend their time on the third and fourth levels, or at least the second level. Chapter 278. Lord Guardian. Will there be a prompt when the time is up for cultivation? Linyi looked at the Guardian. He bowed slightly and asked, "There will be a time prompt when you enter. There will be a prompt every day. The time limit is 10 breaths. Within 10 breaths, you can consider continuing cultivation or quitting. After 10 breaths, it will automatically default to quitting." The Guardian didn't even look at Linyi. The loud voice reached Lin Ye's ears. "Thank you, Lord Guardian. I want to enter the second floor to cultivate." After Lin Yi expressed his gratitude, he told the number of floors he wanted to go to. He wanted to confirm one thing before entering the Tower of Time to cultivate. That is, whether the time ratio of the Tower of Time and his ninefold space would overlap. If it could be overlapped, it would be unbelievable. If the time ratio was 16:1, it would be 32:1. It was simply unimaginable how terrifying it would be. In other words, 512 days of cultivation in the ninefold space would only be 1 day in the outside world. "Go in." The Guardian pointed at the second teleportation array. He let Linyi enter the Tower of Time from the second teleportation array. Linyi nodded and stepped into the teleportation array. The teleportation light shone, and Lin Ye's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he had entered an independent world full of spiritual energy. In this world, there was nothing but spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was as rich as the outside world. After entering this independent world, Linyi looked around to make sure there was no surveillance. Then, his figure disappeared and reappeared in the ninefold space. He came to the chaotic divine tree and began to cultivate the gold domain and sword domain. Time passed day by day. Linyi completely entered the state of selflessness for months and 8 days. Ding, time prompt. "Do you want to continue?" A soft voice sounded in his ear. This voice was extremely gentle. Even when cultivating, it wouldn't disturb the cultivation, but it could remind the cultivator at the first moment. Linyi opened his eyes. His face was full of excitement. "Quit." He opened his mouth and said lightly. 3 breaths later, his entire body was swept away by a burst of light. When he reappeared, he had already been beside the teleportation formation below the Tower of Time. Junior, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. I hope you follow the rules of the heavenly Tao. If this goes on, it will be difficult for you to survive the heavenly tribulation. There are pros and cons. You have to weigh them yourself. Don't worry, the Grand Xiao will not control you. The Guardian opened his slightly closed eyes and glanced at Linyi. A voice reached Lin Ye's ears. Linyi couldn't help but be stunned. Even idiots knew that his time-layering treasure in the Tower of Time had been discovered. However, the Guardian didn't stop or interrupt his cultivation. Instead, he kindly reminded him after he finished cultivating. "Thank you for your guidance, Lord Guardian. Junior will keep it in mind and weigh the pros and cons." Linyi bowed and left. His heart was filled with gratitude towards this protector. He naturally understood the rules of the heavenly Tao. The more defiant one was, the more terrifying the heavenly tribulation would be. He was still in the celestial realm. If he wanted to become a sage, he had to go through the heavenly tribulation. Even after becoming a sage, he still had to go through various heavenly tribulations. Cultivators went against the heavenly Tao. If they went against the heavenly Tao, they would be punished by the heavenly Tao. After leaving the Tower of Time, Lin Yi directly walked towards the castle of His Highness the Third Prince. Because he said that he would take them to the dark forest to hunt monsters to earn points on the heaven list. While cultivating in the Tower of Time, a day had passed in the outside world. Looking at the sky, it was already afternoon. However, for powerhouses, day and night didn't affect them. Brother Lin. Captain, Captain. When Lin Yi came to the castle of the third prince and other team members had already been waiting here with anxious looks. Obviously, they had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Lin Yi, they all greeted Lin Yi. Are you ready? Lin Yi asked. It's ready. Captain, it's ready. Captain, it's already afternoon. Are we still going out? Are you kidding? If we don't go out, do we have heavenless points to stay here? We have to go out. Looking at the sky, the sun was setting. Several team members asked Lin Yi if he wanted to go out. Before Lin Yi answered, the other team member spoke. In Tiny Spirit City, one would have to collect heavenless points if they stayed for more than 3 days. They had just arrived in the world of Great Xia and desperately hunted monsters to earn heavenless points before being teleported here. They no longer had heavenless points on them. Naturally, they couldn't be so extravagant to use heavenless points to stay in Tiny Spirit City. Leave the Yellow Sandland. We will be separated randomly. Remember, after separating, sense my location. If you don't sense me, return to Tiny Spirit City immediately and teleport again. I will wait for you at the closest place to the Yellow Sandland for a day. If you don't meet up with me within a day, go to the Dark Forest on your own. Lin Yi reminded them again and again. He asked the third prince and the others to find a way to meet up. After leaving Tiny Spirit City, there were dangerous places everywhere. It was no exaggeration to say that after leaving Tiny Spirit City, the other places were all death zones. It was too difficult to survive. Understood. Understood. Everyone nodded and answered seriously. How could they not be serious? This was related to their life and death. If they were not careful, they would become the enemy's target. If they were not careful, they would become the monster's meal. They were all monstrous experts with a limitless future. Naturally, they did not want to die like this. Then, Lin Yi led 14 team members and left Tiny Spirit City. After passing through the Yellow Sandland, they separated. Lin Yi looked at the map remnant. He should be within 10,000 miles of Tiny Spirit City. At this moment, he was sure that the Yellow Sandland could only randomly teleport people 10,000 miles away. He was immediately relieved. As long as he was within 10,000 miles, the others would be able to sense him. If he was teleported thousands of miles away, he could only cry. Whoosh! A moment later, there was a piercing sound, and a figure appeared in Lin Yi's line of sight. The figure quickly landed. He appeared in front of Lin Yi. Captain, Zhang Xiaochu, the proud son of heaven of the Tianyang Empire's fourth-rank sect. His cultivation had reached the peak of the celestial realm and was only one step away from the Transcendent's golden body. When he was in the imperial palace, he knew that others did not think highly of him. Instead of following others in exchange for being a follower, he would rather follow a monstrous genius of a kingdom. Therefore, he immediately stood on Lin Yi's side. You're lucky. Lin Yi smiled. After the teleportation, I was not far from the Yellow Sandland. It seems that the other brothers still have a while. Zhang Xiaochu also felt that his luck was not bad. After leaving the Yellow Sandland, he was randomly teleported away. However, he found that he was not teleported far. He saw the location of the spirit-gathering crystal on the identity crystal at a glance. He knew that Lin Yi was not far from him. Chapter 279. As time went by, one by one, they came to Lin Yi's place. The third prince had the worst luck. It took him 2 hours to get to Lin Yi's place. All 14 of them gathered together. After they gathered, they flew in the direction of the dark forest without hesitation. When they arrived at the dark forest, it was already dark. In the forest, except for the sounds of birds, beasts, insects, and ants, it was silent. In front of the dark forest, looking at the dark mountains, they were like fierce beasts that could devour heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaochu and the others were a little scared. Captain, the sky is dark now. Are we still going in? Shui Feng asked Lin Yi. Generally speaking, the night was the world of monsters. No matter how strong human experts were, they did not dare to set foot in the territory of monsters at night. The others also looked at Lin Yi. At night, monsters are the most numerous. For our current cultivation, there is no difference between day and night. Let's distribute it now. Lin Yi nodded and confirmed that they would enter the forest at night. There were 14 people in total. If there were too few monsters, it would be difficult to earn heavenless points. Therefore, they had to fight with monsters that lived in groups. What the captain said makes sense. "Captain, how do we distribute it?" Zhang Xiaochu asked. "With so many people hunting monsters together, there must be a distribution of benefits." This was everyone's ultimate goal. However, Lin Yi did not ask them. Now that Lin Yi proposed it himself, they naturally wanted to see how Lin Yi would distribute it. "There are 14 of us, and 8 of us are in the celestial being realm. There are 5 transcendence golden bodies, and I am the 5 Qi rising Sunday. When encountering monsters, it's best to act according to your strength. Choose monsters of the same level. Generally, don't cross levels unless you're 100% sure. We'll have to fight for a long time, so no one can get hurt. Don't get entangled with monsters. Every blow must be a kill." Lin Yi said. All the experts present were unparalleled. It was not difficult to cross 1 or 2 levels. However, he did not want anyone present to get hurt. If one person got hurt, the others would be implicated. There was another problem. This was the first time that this team had fought together, so they didn't know each other's strength. They had to go through countless battles before they knew the true strength of the others. Only by understanding each other and being united would they be able to bring out their advantage. "I'll deal with those of the same level. I'll skip 1 level. I'll skip 1 level. I'll deal with those of the same level. I'll deal with those of the same level. I'll skip 1 level." As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the third prince and the others immediately fell into deep thought. A moment later, everyone revealed their strength. Of course, everyone knew that each other had trump cards that they hadn't used yet. This was a life-saving measure, and they wouldn't use it unless it was absolutely necessary. It was better to be conservative. Although the heavenless points obtained were not much, at least it was safe. All right then, I have a Saint tier martial skill. It's a group attack. The attack range is within 1,000 meters. If we encounter a group of demonic beasts, I will make the first move. After I make my move, you guys follow me immediately, because after I use that move, I will have to pay a certain price. For the time being, I can't have a powerful battle. Lin Yi said seriously. The others nodded in response. They were more curious about how powerful Lin Yi's move was. They couldn't help but look forward to it. There was another question, which was that they all wanted to know. Lin Yi's cultivation was the lowest, but his strength was terrifying. However, no one knew how terrifying it was. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 14 of them quickly flew into the air and flew towards the depths of the dark forest. Along the way, they directly killed the demonic beasts they encountered. Except for Lin Yi, the rest of the 14 people were all at the 9-to-1 realm and the Transcendence Golden Body. With one move, they would definitely kill the demonic beasts. 10 miles, 20 miles, 100 miles, 200 miles, an hour later, the group arrived at 1,000 miles in the dark forest. Here, there were groups of demonic beasts, and all of them were at the peak of the celestial being realm. The earth-shattering roars made people feel shocked and scared at the same time, because these demonic beasts were all on the heaven list. Zhang Xiaochu, Lin Yang, Zhou Tianming, Xiao Yanqing on the left, Sun Wuyu, Zhuge Ling, Wang Zhe, Yang Yinshan on the right, Shui Feng, Zhao Shijiao, Qian Wexiu, Zhou Baiyu, Yi Qianxing in the middle. Lin Yi spoke and quickly arranged. For a time, the 13 of them formed a fan shape and rushed forward. The destructive aura crushed the space, and countless towering trees were broken under the destructive power. Roar! Roar! The destructive power alarmed the demonic beasts. Suddenly, roars sounded. The demonic beasts within 100 miles roared at this moment. For a time, everyone felt as if they were in a monstrous wave. They were afraid, but at the same time, their blood was boiling. Rumble! Whoosh! Rumble! The destructive attack came crashing down in an overwhelming manner. Lin Yi's arrangement was determined according to each person's strength and position. Every time someone attacked, a demonic beast would fall. Even a demonic beast at the peak of the celestial being realm could not withstand a blow. Even if it could withstand a blow, the others' attacks would follow. Everyone wanted to get points on the heaven list, but they knew that their lives were more important. No one fought with the demonic beasts. They would leave in one blow. If they died, it would be their own fault. If they didn't die, the others would take their place. Lin was floating in the air. He was watching the whole battle. As long as anyone was threatened, he would kill the demonic beast with lightning speed. After the last battle, he had more combat experience. Even if he encountered a second tribulation emperor-level demonic beast again, he could easily kill it. Time passed by minute. After an hour of fighting, the 14 of them had obtained rich heaven list points. However, at this moment, everyone's faces were full of horror. They quickly retreated, not daring to move forward. Their eyes were fixed on the place 1,000 meters away. Emperor-level demonic beasts. 3 Emperor-level demonic beasts. Captain, should we retreat? We're in trouble. We've encountered Emperor-level demonic beasts. Captain, can we retreat? Seeing the 3 tall giants, Zhang Xiaochu and the others showed a dignified look. Although they were young, they were also geniuses at the peak of the celestial being realm. At a glance, they could tell that the 3 giants were not human beings, but Emperor-level demonic beasts in human form. The unparalleled saint power crushed them, making them almost unable to raise their heads. Lowly human beings, you killed 700 of my people. I'm going to eat you alive. The Emperor-level demonic beast in the middle. It spoke in human language, and its tone was extremely angry. Eat us alive? You have to have the ability to do that. Lin Yi waved his hand, motioning the 3rd prince and the others to retreat. But he walked forward. His momentum soared crazily. At this moment, 2,400 fields of gold and 1,100 fields of sword burst out. With every step he took, the destructive might he exuded grew a little stronger. In an instant, Lin Yi's power surpassed that of a celestial being and was almost on the same level as a half-saint. Chapter 280. More importantly, Lin Yi dared to face 3 Emperor-level demonic beasts alone. How strong was he? It was unimaginable. In particular, the 2,400 metal domains and 1,100 sword domains were simply beyond the scope of their imagination. At first, they thought that they were seeing things. How could a celestial realm, 5 Qi rising sun, have such a terrifying domain? 1,100 sword domains, 2,400 metal domains. Is he still a heavenly being? Even a second tribulation, half-true, saint wouldn't be so terrifying. All of our domains added together are not even a fraction of his. Comparisons are odious. If I were to tell others about this, no one would believe me. Facing countless demonic beasts, there were still 3 Emperor-level demonic beasts. At this moment, Zhang Xiaochu and the others were shocked by Lin Yi's strength. 19 provinces with 1 sword. 30,000 miles of sword qi. Lin Yi walked step by step until he was 200 meters away from the 3 Emperor-level demonic beasts. His body floated in the air, and the momentum on his body reached the peak. With a thought, the silver star sacred sword appeared in his hand. The sword cut through the void and slashed down. After the first sword, the second sword followed closely. The 2 swords were peerless, and everything in the world paled in comparison. In this part of the world, there was only a flash of cold light. The sword qi covered 30,000 miles. Wherever the sword qi passed, everything turned into nothingness. The cold light and sword qi enveloped the 3 Emperor-level demonic beasts at the same time. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 Emperor-level demonic beasts didn't expect that a human heavenly being would take the initiative to court death. However, they gradually found that something was wrong. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. They saw Lin Yi's destructive sword qi and sword qi crushing down. Wherever it passed, everything was annihilated. With a loud roar, the Emperor-level demonic beasts' unparalleled demonic power soared into the sky. The 3 Emperor-level demonic beasts wanted to resist Lin Yi's sword qi and sword qi. Kachip, a crisp sound rang in the air. After 3 sounds, it quieted down. The sword qi disappeared. The sword chi filled the night sky. Within 1,000 meters, the towering trees and rocks were all turned into dust. Boom! The three Emperor Realm demonic beasts collapsed one after another. There was no more life in them, and they were deader than dead. Three Emperor Realm demonic beasts were comparable to Second Tribulation half-true saints, but they were killed by Lin Yi with a single slash of his sword. It was too shocking. He was too powerful. No one could accept this fact. Lin Yi was in the heavenly realm, and the difference in strength between him and a Second Tribulation half-true saint was more than 10 million li. Yet, three Emperor Realm demonic beasts with strength comparable to Second Tribulation half-true saints were killed by Lin Yi in an instant. No one would believe it. Shui Feng, Zhang Xiaochu, and the others. His mouth was wide open and his eyeballs were about to fly out. He stared blankly at Lin Yi in the distance. Even now, he still hadn't recovered from the shock. This was really too shocking. After a long time, they all swallowed their saliva. He recovered from his shock. Captain, you're too strong. Three Emperor-level demonic beasts were killed in one strike. Even a half-saint wouldn't be able to do this. Captain, you're really in the heavenly realm. Are you sure? If the top 10 monstrous geniuses saw this scene, they would know that their existence is a joke. It's a bit unrealistic. Are you sure it's not an illusion? After waking up from the shock, the third prince and the others exclaimed. He didn't look like a monstrous expert at all. Boom! Just when they were shocked by Lin Yi, a peerless sword light fell in front of them. Two heavenly realm demonic beasts were cut in half by the sword light, saving them from death. Kill these beasts. We'll retreat. Lin Yi reminded Zhang Xiaochu and the others. Hearing Lin Yi's words, they quickly moved. The battle broke out again, and attacks covered the sky. This time, Lin Yi also joined the battle. Time passed by second. The demonic beasts fell one by one. After 2 hours, there was not a single demonic beast left in a 10 li radius. Next, the 13 people hurriedly collected the demonic beast inner elixirs. Lin Yi took away the blood essence, hides, and inner elixirs of the three Emperor-level demonic beasts. At the same time, he also cut a huge piece of beast meat. After doing all this, he quickly retreated with everyone. This place was a mess. It was as if thousands of troops and horses had fought. After retreating for 500 li, the group found a hidden and safe place to settle down. After a long period of continuous fighting, they had consumed a lot of energy. However, they also gained a lot. Their combat experience had been substantially improved. This kind of combat experience was something they had never imagined before. In other words, they were basically flowers in a greenhouse before. Now, they had to experience life and death. How's your gain? Lin Yi asked with a smile on his face. Captain, my heaven list points increased by 209 points tonight. I have 2 points less than you. I have more than you too, 237 points. It seems that I should have the least 171 points. I have at least 3 points less than you. Haha, I should have most points, 310 points. Hearing Lin Yi ask them, they immediately reported their gains one by one. In the ruins of the great Xia world, the gains were naturally based on the heaven list points. As for the treasures, they were not counted. If these demonic beast materials were taken to the outside world, they would definitely be exchanged for a terrifying amount of wealth. Captain, you have the most points. The 3 Emperor-level demonic beasts alone gave you a lot of heaven list points. Captain, how many heaven list points did you increase? Shui Feng asked. However, they didn't know how many heaven list points Lin Yi had increased tonight. For a moment, they were curious and wanted to know how many heaven list points Lin Yi had obtained. 3 Emperor-level demonic beasts, 2 of which were 1 Tribulation Emperor level. The other one was 2 Tribulation Emperor level. I increased my points by 381 points tonight. Lin Yi smiled. If there was a real battle, his heaven list points would definitely double. However, he didn't compete with Zhang Xiaochu and the others. He had to hold the line for them, so the heaven list points he obtained were naturally greatly reduced. Even so, he still had the most points on the heaven roll. The captain is indeed the captain. He has nearly 400 points. If the captain didn't have scruples about us, his heavenless points would definitely double. It's early in the morning now. Shall we go out and fight? After that, we'll come back and rest. That way, we'll have more heavenless points. What do you think? Everyone knew. Lin Yi indeed didn't go all out. With his means that were comparable to a semi-sage, the heavenless points would be more than that if they really fought. In the end, the third prince suggested that they go out and fight again. After that, he looked at Lin Yi. The others also looked at Lin Yi. They would only go out if Lin Yi agreed. The backbone was Lin Yi. I'll guard you. You guys take a rest. We'll go out in 2 hours. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Zhang Xiaochu and the others were not children. They were famous, peerless geniuses and experts. Naturally, they wouldn't act recklessly. They wouldn't risk their lives for the heavenless points. Anyway, fighting could help them gain experience. Chapter 281. It's 4 chapters today, so this chapter is an extra chapter. Making an advertisement for an author friend adds even more. Heavenly Court Horse, author, 4 elements, cultivates the 8 and 9 mystic arts, cultivates the Buddhist golden body, a very wonderful book. I recommend everyone to read it. Dark Forest, the world of monsters. The powerhouses of Tiny Spirit City basically came here to hunt monsters to obtain heavenless points. Lin Ye's group of 14 people had already spent half a month here. In half a month, apart from fighting, everyone had become a battle maniac. Because the number of times they went out to fight every day was 4 or 5 times. As long as they were not injured, they would fight again after a little rest. Of course, the heavenless points also soared very quickly. Although everyone's heavenless points were different, it was roughly the same. As the number of battles increased, the cultivation strength also improved by leaps and bounds. The stronger the strength, the more heavenless points they obtained. Now, except for Lin Yi, the others had obtained close to 20,000 heavenless points. It was almost 1,000 heavenless points every day. At this rate, 40,000 heavenless points in a month's time was not a problem. On this day, the 14 people were targeted as soon as the battle ended, really wearing out iron shoes in vain. It's all effortless. Zhao Shijiao, you dog slave, you escaped from my hands 3 years ago. You didn't expect to meet me here today, right? Surrender and be my slave. This is your duty. In the air, there were more than 30 figures breaking through the air. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi and the others were surrounded, blocking their escape route. The leader was a young man in white. The young man held a folding fan in his hand, looking confident and elegant, full of the young master of an aristocratic family. However, on his body, he exuded a powerful dharma. Celestial realm dharma, golden body cultivation. The other powerhouses followed him as their leader. Seeing Zhao Shijiao, the young man in white drew back the corners of his mouth and said faintly. His entire person appeared calm and indifferent, not taking Lin Yi and the others seriously at all. In other words, in their view, Lin Yi and the others were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Indeed, the 36 celestial realm geniuses were all from the Tianjin Empire. Naturally, they did not take Lin Yi and the others seriously. Moreover, more than half of the 36 people were transcendence golden bodies. Only a few of them were in the heaven tier. Whether it was in terms of numbers or strength, Lin Yi and the others were all crushed. Nangong Qinyu, you bastard, die a horrible death. What did you do to my sister? When Zhao Shijiao saw the young man in white, his breathing became heavy. His face was distorted and his eyes were bloodshot. It was as if he had seen his father's murderer. Lin Yi, the third prince, and the others all felt the change in Zhao Shijiao's state of mind. During this period of time, Zhao Shijiao had fought alongside them, so he had a better understanding of Zhao Shijiao's personality and character. Zhao Shijiao was the kind of person who was open and forthright. He didn't expect that the white-clothed young man would become like this. Your sister is very good. All day long, she begs me to take care of her. Nangong Qinyu chuckled. When the other powerhouses around him heard Nangong Qinyu's words, they all had evil smiles. When Zhao Shijiao heard Nangong Qinyu's words, He went berserk. A destructive aura erupted from his body as if he wanted to tear Nangong Qinyu into pieces. Lin Yi, Shui Feng, and the others heard some stories from the conversation between the two. The white-clothed young man was called Nangong Qinyu. Zhao Shijiao's sister was defiled by Nangong Qinyu. No wonder Zhao Shijiao was so furious. Shijiao, seeing that Zhao Shijiao was furious and wanted to go up to deal with Nangong Qinyu, Lin Yi hurriedly pulled Zhao Shijiao back. There were 36 people on the other side, and each of them was stronger than Zhao Shijiao. If he went alone, he would undoubtedly be courting death. He wouldn't be able to take revenge at all. Instead, he would lose his life. "Captain, I'm going to kill him." Zhao Shijiao's expression was furious, and his eyes were bloodshot. But when he saw Lin Yi pull him back, he still sobered up a little and said to Lin Yi, "Ha, ha, dog slave, you think you could do it? Do you think I don't know what kind of trash you are? Even if you run to the Heavenly Sun Empire and join a 4th grade sect, you're still a dog slave in front of me. I can crush you with one hand." Ha ha ha. Nangong Qinyu laughed loudly. To him, Zhao Shijiao wanting to kill him was the biggest joke in the world. Not to mention that he had more than 30 experts by his side, he could easily crush Zhao Shijiao alone. He really didn't know where Zhao Shijiao got his courage from. The other experts also laughed out loud, as if they had heard the funniest joke. "Wake up. Tell me." Lin Ye's voice was cold as he patted Zhao Shijiao's shoulder. Zhao Shijiao couldn't help but shiver as he felt an ice-cold force, and his mind became much clearer. "Captain, I was originally from the Heavenly Gene Empire. My sister and I were orphans and dependent on each other. We were taken in by the Nangong family and became Nangong Qinyu's study companion. My sister was his maid. The family head said that when we grew up, we would become members of the Nangong family and get rid of our status as study companions and maids. Nangong Qinyu stole the Nangong family's supreme treasure and was discovered. Nangong Qinyu made me take the blame and promised to let me and my sister leave the Nangong family. Who knew that not only did he not let my sister go, but he also sullied her." Zhao Shijiao's face was full of anger. However, he still suppressed his anger and explained the cause and effect. It turned out that Nangong Qinyu stole the supreme treasure and made Zhao Shijiao take the blame in exchange for letting Zhao Shijiao and his sister leave. What no one expected was that Nangong Qinyu was greedy for Zhao Shijiao's sister's beauty and sullied her. Zhao Shijiao was forced to leave his hometown and came to the Heavenly Sun Empire to join a 4th grade sect. The biggest wish in his heart was to become stronger so that he could save his sister. After saying that, he looked at Lin Yi. Now, only Lin Yi could help him. "Are you confident?" asked Lin Yi. There was a huge gap between Zhao Shijiao and Nangong Qinyu's cultivation and strength. If the two of them fought, it would be impossible for Zhao Shijiao to defeat Nangong Qinyu, let alone kill Nangong Qinyu. "I have no regrets, even if I die 100 times," Zhao Shijiao said decisively. At this moment, seeing his enemy, his eyes turned red. As long as he could kill Nangong Qinyu, he would not hesitate to give up his life. "Trash, ignorant, all of you, kneel down and kowtow 3 times and beg me to let you leave. This is your only chance. Otherwise, you will end up like Zhao Shijiao, that dog of a slave." Nangong Qinyu did not stop Zhao Shijiao from speaking. To him, these things were very normal, and he did not care. His gaze moved away from Zhao Shijiao and swept over Lin Yi and the others as he spoke arrogantly. He wanted Lin Yi and the others to kneel down and kowtow and beg for mercy. As for whether he would spare them or not, it was completely up to him. This was simply a game of cat and mouse. "Captain, should we attack?" "Captain, we are ready." "Captain, let's fight." Zhang Xiaochu, Shui Feng, Zhou Baiyu, Yang Yinxin, and the others. He completely ignored Nangong Qinyu's words, turning a deaf ear to them. It was as if he hadn't heard anything at all. Instead, he looked at Lin Yi and asked him if he should make a move. Chapter 282. So this is your captain? What a joke. Does the captain of the Tianyang Empire have no threshold at all? Nangong Qinyu's gaze fell on Lin Yi. This was because he realized that Zhao Shijiao and the others were all focused on Lin Yi from the bottom of their hearts. For a moment, Nangong Qinyu was puzzled and curious. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yi was only at the celestial realm. He could crush two people like him with one hand. He didn't expect him to be Zhao Shijiao's captain. You, kneel down and beg for death. All of you, kneel down and beg for mercy. Lin Yi looked at Nangong Qinyu and the 30-odd monstrous experts around him with a calm expression. His tone was extremely calm, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. However, his words were extremely domineering. It was also very arrogant, making people unable to restrain their anger. However, to Zhang Xiaochu and the others, it was very pleasing to the ears, as if Lin Ye's words were the truth. This was because they knew Lin Ye's strength. He was qualified to speak like this. You are destined to live a life worse than death, said Qin Wentian. Yang Tian, I want him alive. Nangong Qinyu was so angry that he almost vomited blood when Lin Yi said to kneel down and beg for death. He seemed to have just mentioned the experts around Zhao Shijiao, but he didn't expect Lin Yi to return the favor with even more ruthless words. As he spoke, he gestured to a young celestial realm expert with a golden body. He wanted Yang Tian to deal with Lin Yi, and he wanted to capture Lin Yi alive. He wanted to torture Lin Yi until he begged for death. Yang Tian looked relaxed as he walked towards Lin Yi step by step. He didn't look like he was going to fight at all. He didn't treat Lin Yi as an expert at all, let alone Lin Yi as an opponent. As far as he was concerned, capturing Lin Yi was a piece of cake. You're courting death, Lin Yi said coldly. Yang Tian was only 100 meters away from him when his figure strangely disappeared. At the same time, an earth-shattering aura exploded out. Immediately after, a fist light smashed down on Yang Tian's head. Behind the fist light was Lin Ye's figure. At this time, Lin Yi was full of destructive aura. The space trembled and shattered in front of him. Yang Tian didn't take Lin Yi seriously at first. But he didn't expect that before he could reach Lin Yi, the threat of death, causing his mind trembled as his face was filled with despair. With a roar, his cultivation's body's cultivation base, his entire body's his attack. Boom! Lin Ye's unparalleled Heavenly Emperor fist carried the aura of a sovereign. With one punch, everything in the world paled in comparison. At this moment, Yang Tian, a celestial realm genius with a transcendence golden body, was blown up by a single punch. Lin Ye's figure flashed strangely and returned to his original position. From when he disappeared to when he came back, the whole process only took 3 breaths at a time. However, in just a short span of 3 breaths, a peerless monstrous expert was smashed into smithereens by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's methods were truly unbelievable. Nangong Qinyu and the others were shocked and even terrified. They knew Yang Tian's strength very well. Even if they wanted to defeat Yang Tian, it wouldn't be an easy task. As for killing Yang Tian one-on-one, it was basically impossible. But Lin Yi directly killed Yang Tian in an instant. It was a powerful instant kill. The power of that fist light was simply unparalleled, as if an emperor had descended. 3 breaths of time. Either beg for mercy or die, Lin Yi said indifferently. He glanced coldly at the experts beside Nangong Qinyu. He wasn't bloodthirsty. If these experts could beg for mercy, he might spare their lives. If they didn't, he would leave all of them alive. However, Nangong Qinyu was destined not to leave alive today. Qinyu, finish them off. Attack together. Let's end this quickly. Hearing Lin Ye's words, the faces of the geniuses beside Nangong Qinyu became extremely ugly. Everyone was afraid of death. However, as peerless geniuses, they had their own personalities. Even if they were die, they wouldn't kneel. Moreover, they had more than 30 experts on their side, while the other side only had a dozen. The difference in numbers was nearly 3 times. Everyone on their side was very strong. No matter how strong Lin Yi was, he would only die in the face of the attacks of all the experts. Kill. Nangong Qinyu's cold voice sounded. He waved his hand and motioned for them to attack. All of a sudden, 35 monstrous cultivators charged over from all directions. A battle between monstrous celestial realm cultivators could destroy the heavens and the earth, let alone dozens of such monstrous cultivators attacking at the same time. For a moment, the space trembled and shattered. You guys have always wanted to see that move of mine. Now, the opportunity is here. Lin Yi watched the 35 geniuses charge over, their destructive attacks piercing through the space. Even a half-saint would have to retreat from such an attack. However, Lin Yi didn't panic at all, nor did he ask Zhang Xiaochu and the others to attack. Instead, he said something that almost made Nangong Qinyu and the others vomit blood. In his words, he wanted to fight with them alone. Azura, purgatory. Destroy everything. Purgatory on earth. Lin Ye's figure floated strangely in the air, and he stretched out his hands. Suddenly, the entire space trembled and shattered, and an earth-shattering death aura soared into the sky. Seeing that the attacks of Nangong Qinyu and the others were about to destroy him, he crossed his arms, and a light that was dozens of meters in size appeared in front of him. The light spun and stirred the space. Then Lin Yi pushed, and the space shattered. The light crushed towards Nangong Qinyu and the others. In an instant, the light collided with the attacks of Nangong Qinyu and the others. When the attacks of the 35 geniuses landed on the light, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. And at this moment, the light turned blood red. The entire world turned blood red, as if it was purgatory on earth. Retreat. The third prince and the others felt the threat of death. Although Lin Yi was attacking Nangong Qinyu and the others, Lin Ye's move was too terrifying, making them feel a terrifying threat. If they didn't retreat, they would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. Suddenly, the 13 of them flashed and quickly retreated. Crash, boom, just as the third prince and the others retreated. Purgatory on earth fiercely shrouded the sky above Nangong Qinyu and the others, and then it crushed down and landed on the ground. On the ground, a blood-red light scattered in all directions. Wherever the blood-red light passed, everything turned into nothingness. Screams resounded through the world. It was like purgatory on earth. With Lin Yi as the center, the area within a radius of 5 miles became purgatory. At this moment, only 11 of the 35 geniuses were left. The rest had all fallen. Even Nangong Qinyu had lost an arm. Chapter 283. Kill. Don't leave a single one alive. Lin Yi's cold voice sounded. At the same time, his figure retreated rapidly. While he was retreating, Zhang Xiaochu and the others had already charged over. They engaged in a fierce battle with the powerhouses on Nangong Qinyu's side. Previously, the disparity in strength between the two sides was huge, but now, the strength of both sides was almost the same. Moreover, the people on Nangong Qinyu's side were all injured, and their strength was greatly reduced. In an instant, a tragic battle began. Zhao Shijiao seemed to have gone crazy as he fought with Nangong Qinyu without any regard for his life. It was completely a life for a life. It was shocking to see. Nangong Qinyu was also afraid. Not only was he afraid of Lin Yi, but he was also afraid of Zhao Shijiao's madness and disregard for his life. Rumble, rumble, the battle was tragic. Only Lin Yi stood in the distance, watching more than 20 powerhouses fight crazily. At this moment, using the Saint rank martial technique, Azura Purgatory consumed a lot of energy and had to recover quickly. At the same time, his divine sense enveloped the entire battlefield. He was ready to make a move at any time. Time passed by minute. 15 minutes. The battle of Zhang Xiaochu and the others ended, and only Zhao Shijiao was still fighting crazily. He was completely covered in blood. His entire body was covered in blood, and there was no place that was intact. On the opposite side, Nangong Qinyu was also in a sorry state. He didn't have the slightest bit of elegance. Without an arm, he wasn't much stronger than Zhao Shijiao. Moreover, the blood-colored light at the severed arm was corroding him, making it impossible for him to stop the bleeding. His injuries were getting more and more serious. Seeing that all the people around him had died, and he was the only one left, while the 14 people on the other side were all fine, his heart sank into the abyss. There was also Lin Yi, who he feared the most. Lin Yi's terror had left a shadow in his heart. At this moment, even without Lin Yi, he couldn't be a match for more than a dozen monstrous powerhouses. In his heart, he had already thought of escaping. If he didn't escape, he would only vanish into thin air. Falling into the hands of a dog slave like Zhao Shijiao would really be a fate worse than death. Dog slave, even if all of you join forces, you can't do anything to me. When I return, I will definitely let your sister die of excitement. Nangong Qinyu attacked with all his might. After forcing Zhao Shijiao back, Nangong Qinyu made use of this opportunity to take out a jade strip. A trace of reluctance appeared on Nangong Qinyu's face. His gaze became resolute as he gripped the jade slip. The jade slip gave off an intense light, and space rippled. A space-time teleportation gate appeared in front of Nangong Qinyu. Teleportation talisman. It's a pity that he escaped. Use the teleportation talisman. Seeing the jade slip in Nangong Qinyu's hand, the third prince and the others recognized it. It was a teleportation jade slip. Activating the jade slip would open a teleportation gate, allowing one to instantly teleport thousands of miles away. They could only watch as Nangong Qinyu fled. However, just as Zhang Xiaochu and the others were feeling regretful, Lin Yi's lips curled into a smile. Did you ask for my permission to leave? I've said it before. You can only beg for death. Lin Yi took a step forward and crossed 1,000 meters. Even so, Lin Yi was still several hundred meters away from Nangong Qinyu. However, Lin Yi did not continue forward. Instead, he stopped. Trash, you're so ignorant. You don't even recognize the teleportation jade slip? Nangong Qinyu looked at Lin Yi with disdain. He said indifferently. There was a trace of an excited smile on his face because he liked it when others hated him but couldn't do anything to him. At this moment, he was just like that. After saying that, he was about to step into the teleportation gate. At this moment, he saw Lin Yi casually pointing at him. This finger was not powerful at all. It was just like pointing in a direction. However, it was this finger that made the smile on his face freeze. He was imprisoned in the air, motionless. This strange scene was seen by Zhang Xiaochu and the others. Everyone was stunned, as if they had seen something strange. Nangong Qinyu was imprisoned. Lin Yi's figure disappeared and appeared in front of Nangong Qinyu at the speed of teleportation. He reached out and slapped Nangong Qinyu's face. He was imprisoned for just a breath. Nangong Qinyu recovered. However, by the time he recovered, it was already too late. He could only watch as a big slap landed on his face. He was stunned by this slap. His body slammed hard on the ground. A cloud of dust rose from the ground. The teleportation gate was directly shattered by Lin Yi's punch. Captain, Zhao Shijiao's attention had been on Nangong Qinyu. He didn't care about Lin Yi's shocking means, or rather, he didn't react, unlike Zhang Xiaochu and the others who were shocked and dazed. Seeing that Nangong Qinyu's teleportation was interrupted, he was extremely happy. His figure flashed and rushed up. He punched Nangong Qinyu's dantian, crippling Nangong Qinyu's cultivation and dantian. Holding Nangong Qinyu with one hand, he said to Lin Yi, I'll leave him to you. Lin Yi knew that Zhao Shijiao couldn't wait to turn Nangong Qinyu into ashes at this moment. It was good to let him vent his anger, lest it left a bad side effect on his mental state in the future. He waved his hand and asked Zhao Shijiao to leave with Nangong Qinyu. Zhao Shijiao bowed deeply to Lin Yi, carried Nangong Qinyu, and flew into the sky. Xiaochu, Tianming, the two of you follow. Inform us if anything happens. Lin Yi waved his hand, and a strong wind blew Zhang Xiaochu and the others away, waking them up with a start. He asked Zhang Xiaochu and Zhou Tianming to keep an eye on Zhao Shijiao to prevent any accidents. Yes, Captain. Zhang Xiaochu and Zhou Tianming nodded. They quietly followed Zhao Shijiao not far away. After this period of understanding Lin Yi, Zhang Xiaochu and the others respected and admired Lin Yi from the bottom of their hearts. They also saw Lin Yi use Azura Hell and spatial imprisonment. These means were simply legendary. Next, Lin Yi and the others quickly collected the storage bags of Yang Tian and the others. After doing all this, Wang Zhe flipped his hand, and a long saber emitting a fiery aura appeared in his hand. With a slash, a trench appeared on the ground, and the raging flames turned the corpses of Yang Tian and the others into nothingness. Let's rest for a day first. Lin Yi spoke and flew into the sky. Wang Zhe and the others quickly followed and left this troublesome place. Within the vast mountains, a figure was running in a sorry state. He accidentally tripped over some vines, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Lai Tenyu, one of the three monsters of the Yuntian kingdom. Lai Tenyu, frenzied sword. He was covered in wounds and was exhausted. Ever since they entered the great Xia world ruins, they had not seen him and thought that he had fallen. They did not expect him to appear in the dark forest, and it seemed like he was having a hard time. Damn it, the world spirit. I was just 1 point away from the heaven leaderboard, and it would not teleport me. When Lai Tenyu thought of the world spirit, he could not help but be enraged. His luck was extremely bad. After entering the great Xia world ruins, he was teleported into the dark forest, and it was deep within the dark forest. The monsters he encountered were all peak heavenly human and emperor-class monsters. They did not even give him the chance to kill low-class monsters. After half a month, he had only earned less than 300 points on the heaven leaderboard. He could only rely on himself to carefully sneak into the outskirts of the dark forest. This journey could be said to be a life and death situation. Roar, a monster's roar could be heard. Chapter 284. The Celestial Realm was at the peak of the 5-Chi Rising Sun Realm. Among the geniuses who had entered the ruins of the great Xia dynasty this time, he was definitely at the bottom. Facing an emperor-level monster, he would definitely die. Lai Tenyu walked out of the dark forest. He had encountered many emperor-level monsters, but he had cleverly avoided them. This time, there was no chance to avoid them, because the emperor-level monster had locked onto him and regarded him as a delicious meal. He was so desperate that he didn't even have the consciousness to escape or resist. In other words, after more than half a month of wandering on the edge of life and death, he was so tired that he didn't want to escape anymore. Death might be the best relief. The gigantic foot stomped down with destructive power. Just as the huge foot was about to step on his body, Lai Tianyu saw an icy sword light flash by from the corner of his eye. After the sword light flashed, the foot of the monster that was about to step on him became extremely slow. Finally, the foot lifted up. That was because the demonic emperor-level beast had fallen to the ground, and the sole of its foot had also been lifted up, allowing him to escape. However, there was a shocking discovery. Who was so powerful that a sword light could kill the emperor-level monster in seconds? What a familiar sword light. In Lai Tenyu's mind, the sword light was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. In his life, he had seen countless lights and sword lights, but only the cold sword light was unique. It's him, Lin Yi. A light flashed in his mind, and a figure formed in his mind. Yes, he had seen this sword light when he was in the kingdom of Cloud Sky. In Heaven City, he saw this sword light again. The owner of this sword light was Lin Yi. Yes, it was Lin Yi. He had seen this sword light twice before and was shocked by its power. He couldn't forget it, even if he wanted to. Now that he saw this sword light again, he had mixed feelings. The sky is the quilt, and the earth is the bed. Brother Lai, you are in a good mood. A familiar voice came to his ears. Lai Tenyu endured the pain in his body and sat up. What came into his sight was the figure of a young man. The young man looked at him with a smile. Behind the young man, several young experts landed and stood behind the young man. It really is you, Brother Lin. I can't thank you enough for saving my life. I will remember this. Lai Tenyu looked at the young man with a smile, as if he had just escaped death. Seeing a human expert and an acquaintance at that, he knew that he had survived. Thinking about what he had been through in the past half a month, he almost burst into tears. "Brother Lai, what happened to you? Let's rest first. Brother Qian, give me a hand." The third prince stepped forward and helped Lai Tenyu up. He shouted at Qian Wuxiu, who was not far away. The two of them supported Lai Tenyu. This was not a place to stay for long. He had to leave quickly. Lin Yi quickly collected the materials of the emperor-level demon beasts. Then, he flew towards the sky with a group of people. A quarter of an hour later, he saw Zhang Xiaochu and Zhou Tianming. The two of them had already found a place to rest. At that moment, Zhao Shijiao was powerlessly lying on the ground. Nangong Qinyu had long since lost his human form. However, he was unable to die. Right now, his greatest desire was to die. "Brother Lai, welcome back to the team." Lin Yi was the first to speak to Lai Tenyu. Lai Tenyu was originally in their team. However, after entering the Great Xiao World ruins, he was randomly teleported into the Dark Forest. He did not even go to Wiling City. There were many times when he almost died in the hands of demon beasts. "Thank you." Lai Tenyu was extremely grateful. Then, he greeted the experts present one by one. His entire body was covered with injuries, and he was exhausted. He was extremely weak, so he needed a rest first. Lin Yi and the others did not disturb him, allowing him to recover on his own. In the Dark Forest, danger was everywhere. His life could be at risk at any time. Therefore, he had to keep himself in peak condition at all times. Taking advantage of the opportunity to rest, they did not waste any time. One by one, they sat cross-legged and took out the pills or treasures that they had prepared to let themselves recover as much as possible. A day passed. Zhao Shijiao was already awake and knew that his sister was still in the Nangong family. After leaving the Great Xiao World ruins, he had to rescue his sister. Now, the most important thing was to strengthen himself. He would not let go of any opportunity to become stronger. Lai Tenyu, although his injuries had not fully recovered, he was much more energetic. This was the most peaceful day in more than half a month. He did not have to worry about becoming a meal for demon beasts and could sleep peacefully. "Leader, it's in the depths of the Dark Forest. There's a strange altar. When I entered here, I landed on the altar. The light on the altar made countless demon beasts fearful. It was this altar that allowed me to survive. It's a pity that I don't have many runes. I don't know what the altar is. However, I feel that there's more to it than meets the eye." Lai Tenyu came in front of Lin Yi and pondered for a moment. He told Lin Yi what he had discovered. It turned out that he was randomly separated when he entered the Great Xiao World ruins and was teleported to the depths of the Dark Forest. The place where he landed was coincidentally a huge altar. The altar had a diameter of 100 meters. The mystical runes shone with a mystical light. Around the altar, there were countless powerful emperor-level demon beasts. However, these demon beasts did not dare to approach the altar. If it was not for the altar, he would have become a meal for the emperor-level demon beasts. He stayed on the altar for 3 days. He knew that if he did not leave, he would have to stay here forever. In the end, he could only take the risk. He flew up and ran for his life. He fell into a quagmire and hid his aura. Only then did he escape from the demon beasts. From here to the altar, how far is it? Lin Yi looked at Lai Tenyu. His eyes were filled with powerful spiritual will. He scanned Lai Tenyu and knew that Lai Tenyu was not lying. He could not help but be interested in the altar. In the Great Xiao World ruins, Tiny Spirit City was not the goal. The purpose of coming here was to find opportunities and resources. If there was really a secret realm behind the altar, there might be opportunities. Less than 20,000 miles. But there are too many Emperor-level demon beasts on the way. Lai Tenyu walked out from the depths. He was careful along the way, not daring to disturb the demon beasts. He did not even dare to provoke the diviner-level demon beasts. He was worried that the Emperor-level demon beasts would notice him. Therefore, his speed was very slow. Under normal circumstances, he could fly for 20,000 miles in half a day. However, it took him more than half a month. That place is already the deepest part. There are groups of Emperor-level demon beasts in that place. Even Emperor-level demon beasts might appear. With our current cultivation and strength, we will die if we go there. Or rather, we will be eaten alive by the demon beast before we reach the altar. Lin Yi made a rough estimation. 20,000 miles into the dark forest was the deepest part. In that place, there were very few diviner-level demon beasts. At most, there were emperor-level demon beasts. There might even be emperor-level demon beasts. Even for him, a slightly stronger emperor-level demon beast could eat him, let alone an emperor-level demon beast. Chapter 285. That's true. When we become half-sages, we might have chance. Lai Tenyu nodded. He had experienced it firsthand and knew how terrifying the depths were. Now, he would rather die than enter the depths of the dark forest. That place had left an unforgettable mark on him. Unless he became a half-sage, or even stronger, he might dare to go there. It shouldn't be difficult to become a half-sage in 3 years. When the time comes, we'll go and take a look. You can't fight now, right? Just rest here for 2 days. You can fight with us when you've recovered. Lin Yu was very curious about the altar. However, his cultivation base was too low and he didn't have the strength to go there. For a moment, his desire for cultivation base was very strong. Heavenless points were heavenless points. To obtain more heavenless points, then go to the Tower of Time to cultivate and treasure Sky Pagoda to exchange for precious equipment and treasures. All right, I won't join for the next 2 days. Lai Tenyu nodded. He indeed didn't have any combat strength. If he went, he would only be a burden to Lin Yi and the rest. He was a monstrous expert with monstrous talent. Naturally, he could tell that the strength of his team members had improved greatly. Compared to when they were in Sky City, they were a level stronger. Needless to say, they were all trained in battles. Seeing this, he was envious. Next, Lin Yi led the others to hunt monsters and earn heavenless points. At the same time, he told them about the altar in the depths of the dark forest and asked them to increase their cultivation base as soon as possible. If their cultivation base was too low, they wouldn't be able to go. Hearing Lin Ye's words, they were all excited. One by one, they fought crazily to increase their combat strength and earn heavenless points to increase their cultivation base. Time. Day after day passed. Unknowingly, it was the end of the month. There was only 1 day to the end of the month. Lin Yi and the rest did not hunt any more demonic beasts. Instead, they quickly returned to the tiny spirit city. This was because they did not go to the tiny spirit tower. They wanted to pass 1 or 2 levels of the tiny spirit tower so that their heaven ranking points would increase. During this 1 month, other than Lin Yi, Qian Wuxiu had the most heaven list points with 43,000 points. The one with the lowest points on the heaven list was Xiao Yanqing, with 39,000 points. Naturally, Lai Tenyu had only participated in the battle for 10 days, and his heaven list points were less than 10,000. Haha, this month's harvest is not small. We should be able to enter the world's heaven ranking. Pretentious, you're the prettiest. Last month, Mu Tianxing, who was ranked in the top 300 of the heaven ranking, had a heaven ranking points of 20,000. Mo Luo Jian, who was ranked 200, had a heaven ranking points of 40,000. In other words, our ranking is already within the top 1,000. However, the rankings of the new members of the 2 empires and the 8 alien races will definitely change. With Captain's heaven ranking, he should be able to enter the top 100. In front of Tiny Spirit City, Lin Yi returned with Zhang Xiaochu and the others. Along the way, he saw many monstrous experts returning from their adventures. Some returned with a full load. Some were covered in wounds. There were even those who would never return. Soon, the group arrived at the world's heaven ranking. Looking at the towering world's heaven ranking, the names of countless monstrous experts were shining on it. Each name represented a powerful strength and monstrous talent. Because, from this month onwards, there would only be 1,000 names on the world's heaven ranking. Those who did not enter the top 1,000 would not be able to enter the ranking. At this moment, Zhang Xiaochu and the others were looking forward to finding their names on the world's heaven ranking. They hoped to leave their names on the heaven ranking. This would not only bring glory to the great Xiao world ruins, but also give them unexpected benefits. The higher the ranking on the world's heaven ranking, the more rewards and benefits they would receive. Soon, Lin Yi and the others found their names on the world's heaven ranking. The highest ranking was naturally Lin Yi. Lin Yi, rank 99, heaven ranking points, 93,003. The second was Qian Wexiu. Qian Wexiu, rank 271, heaven ranking points, 43,000. The one with the lowest rank was Xiao Yanqing. Xiao Yanqing, rank 319, heaven ranking points, 39,000. The others were all within the top 300. Of course, this ranking was not the final ranking because many experts did not add amplitude. However, they had never been to the tiny spirit tower, so they naturally did not have amplitude. Now, they wanted to go to the tiny spirit tower the most and try to pass 1 or 2 floors. This way, their heaven ranking points would increase by 10% or 20%. Actually, what made Lin Yi curious was, in front of his ranking, there were 3 monstrous experts from the Heavenly Gene Empire, 3 from the Heavenly Sun Empire, 2 from the 8 great alien races, and Nangong Xie, who shocked him even more. Because Nangong Xie was ranked 18th, her heaven ranking points had reached 310,000. If it was last month, her heaven ranking points would have surpassed the 6th place and approached the 5th place. He, Zhang Xiaochu, and the others had risked their lives for a month without rest. However, they only had a few tens of thousands of heaven ranking points, which was more than 10 times more than the other monstrous experts. However, compared to Nangong Xie, there was a huge difference. He really could not imagine how Nangong Xie did it. In this month, in the world's heaven ranking, other than a few experts from the 2 empires and the 8 great alien races, the other rankings did not change much. However, the heaven ranking points had increased as a whole. The first place had 680,000 last month. However, it had reached 930,000 this month. Lin Ye's expression did not change as he entered the tiny spirit city with the others. "Captain, when are you going to the tiny spirit tower? Why don't we go together?" Xiao Yanqing asked. It was the last day, so they could not miss it. Moreover, each person only had 3 chances to enter the tiny spirit tower every month. In the afternoon, let's take a break first and conserve our energy. In the afternoon, challenge the tiny spirit tower in your peak condition and strive to obtain a good result. Otherwise, your poor condition will affect the challenge and leave behind regrets. Lin Yi paused for a moment. He then said, although he did not order Zhang Xiaochu and the others, no one had any objections to his words. In their opinion, what Lin Yi said was reasonable. More importantly, Lin Yi was the strongest, so strong that they could only look up to him. They did not even have the thought of chasing after him. They respected and admired such a person from the bottom of their hearts. All right, let's meet at the tiny spirit tower in the afternoon. Then I'll go back and sleep first. I haven't rested for a month, so tired. Then, the group separated. They returned to their own castles to rest. Lin Yi had just separated from the others when he met a familiar person. Seeing this person, his heartbeat uncontrollably accelerated. Senior sister. This familiar person was naturally his senior sister in the Heavenly Sea sect, Nangong Xie. The two could not be said to be familiar with each other, but they could not be said to be strangers either. They had only met once in the Heavenly Sea sect. The first impression she gave him was that she was a peerless beauty, like a goddess of the 9 heavens. Or rather, even a goddess of the 9 heavens could not be compared to her. That kind of temperament made people look up to her and did not dare to have the slightest thoughts about her. Now, Nangong Xie was even more beautiful. Chapter 286. Junior Brother. Nangong Xie seemed to have been waiting for Lin Yi. Hearing Lin Ye's call, she turned around, revealing her peerlessly beautiful face to Lin Yi. The two were 100 meters apart, and a faint fragrance drifted into Lin Ye's nose. Peerlessly beautiful was no longer enough to describe her temperament. Of all the women Lin Yi had seen, the one with the best temperament was undoubtedly Biluo, followed by Nangong Xie, and then Silent Soul. In fact, each of them had their own merits and there was no clear winner. Only their temperaments were different. For example, the sisters Luo Bingyue and Luo Xing were not inferior to Biluo and the others in terms of beauty, but their temperament was lacking. If one wanted to give a score, if 10 points was the maximum score, Biluo 10 points, Nangong Xie 10 points, Silent Soul 10 points, Luo Bingyue 9 points, Luo Xing 9 points, Luo Ling 8 points, Morong Lingling 7 points. Long time no see. I didn't expect to see you again in the ruins of the Grand Xiao world. Lin Yi operated his divine sense, and his mind calmed down a bit. As he spoke, he walked towards Nangong Xie. He stopped in front of Nangong Xie. The two were separated by 3 meters, and this distance was polite, but not too distant. Hee, we met outside the Grand Xiao world. Hearing Lin Ye's words, Nangong Xie couldn't help but giggle. They had already met outside the ruins of the Grand Xiao world, but they didn't talk. Oh, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel awkward. Nangong Xie's words weren't wrong, because they had indeed met outside the ruins of the Grand Xiao world. In his opinion, that situation couldn't be considered as meeting. Junior brother, I'm afraid you're in trouble. Seeing Lin Ye's appearance, Nangong Xie almost laughed out loud. His junior brother was powerful and talented, but he did not expect him to be so thin-skinned. He had always been curious about the identity of his junior brother. His original body had not hesitated to cross over into this world in order to confirm his junior brother's identity. However, she pretended not to know. He didn't want to inquire about Lin Ye's background and identity. What trouble? Lin Yi asked Nangong Xie seriously. Since even senior sister said that it was troublesome, then it was definitely not simple. Nangong Xinyu. Nangong Xie opened her mouth and spoke a name. This person had been killed by Lin Ye's group. To be more precise, he had been killed by Zhao Shijiao. Now that Nangong Xie had brought it up, Lin Yi was puzzled. A trace of doubt arose in his heart. No one else knew that they had killed Nangong Xinyu. With 36 people killed, it was impossible for the news to spread. However, his senior sister knew about it. Slow a thought flashed through Lin Ye's mind. He seemed to have thought of something. However, it had disappeared in a flash, which made him feel like he was going crazy. He slowly tried to recall what had happened. He finally found it. Nangong Xinyu and Nangong Xie were both surnamed Nangong. Moreover, both of them were heaven-defying monsters. Could it be that the two of them were related? Senior sister, are you from the Nangong family of the Tianjin Empire? Lin Yi didn't deny it. He asked if Nangong Xie was from the Nangong family of the Tianjin Empire. If Nangong Xie was from the Nangong family, then she must be related to Nangong Xinyu. Nangong Xinyu is my cousin. Nangong Xie's voice was like the sound of nature. She spoke of her relationship with Nangong Xinyu. She also admitted that she was from a Nangong family of the Tianjin Empire. Senior sister, although Nangong Xinyu didn't die in my hands. However, his death is definitely related to me. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and said, Nangong Xinyu was killed by Zhao Shijiao, but the one who really caused Nangong Xinyu's death was Lin Yi. Zhao Shijiao alone couldn't kill Nangong Xinyu. Now his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He never thought that the first person he killed in the world of Grand Xia was actually his senior sister's cousin. It made him feel as if the heavens were playing a joke on him. You are my junior brother. He is my cousin. I won't interfere in your matters. The family wants to bring you back to the Nangong family. The reason why we know that Nangong Xinyu was killed by you is that when he used the teleportation jade talisman, the family elders discovered it and also discovered you. Nangong Xie's tone was calm and understated. It completely exceeded Lin Ye's expectations. In his mind, this senior sister of his would definitely deal with him to avenge her cousin. Senior sister, what about you? Are you bringing me back to the Nangong family? Lin Yi looked at the incomparably beautiful Nangong Xie and asked. He wanted to know what his senior sister was thinking. If she really wanted to bring him back to the Nangong family, he could only resist. If he went to the Nangong family, he would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Nangong family, hee. Senior sister won't harm you. You just need to focus on your cultivation. Otherwise, you'll be left far behind by me. Nangong Siya smiled. This smile made all flowers pale in comparison. One smile could topple a city. Another smile could topple a country. This made Lin Ye's heart beat faster. Senior sister, why did you go to a foreign race? Lin Yi knew that Nangong Xia didn't want to linger on the matter of Nangong Xinyu. He also wanted to change the topic. What made him feel a bit relieved was that at least his senior sister wouldn't deal with him. Although he didn't have any relationship with Nangong Xia and wasn't very familiar with her. But, in general, the two of them were from the same sect. He didn't want to be enemies with Nangong Xia. Moreover, Nangong Xia gave him a lot of mysteries. He couldn't see through her. My mother is from the Xuanzi clan. Naturally, I can also be considered a foreign race. It just so happened that the Xuanzi clan had an extra spot, so I came as a replacement. Nangong Xia didn't hesitate and told him the reason why she was in a foreign race. There was nothing wrong with her words. Even if Lin Yi wanted to ask about other things, he couldn't because Nangong Xia had the bloodline of a foreign race. Moreover, the two of them weren't very familiar with each other. Senior sister's strength is too strong. You've reached the 18th place on the heaven list. If this continues, Ruo Lin Yu won't be your match. Lin Yu was curious about Nangong Xia's strength. In the Heavenly Sea sect, Nangong Xia was the eldest senior sister. Her talent and strength were the benchmark of a younger generation. However, he never expected that Nangong Xia would become so powerful after a few years. It had to be said that he was very confident in his cultivation speed and strength improvement speed. Very few people could surpass him. Now, he discovered that Nangong Xia was even more terrifying than him. She was so terrifying that he felt like he couldn't catch up. It's just the heaven list. Nangong Xia shook her head and said indifferently. In her eyes, she didn't care about the heaven list at all. Lin Yi naturally didn't know that her strength had already surpassed his imagination. Senior sister, I've arrived. He walked in front of his castle. Lin Yi stopped and said to Nangong Xia. He didn't have any intention of inviting Nangong Xia in. I've arrived as well. Goodbye. A crafty smile appeared on Nangong Xia's beautiful face as she pointed at a nearby castle. This castle was separated from Lin Ye's castle by a bluestone street. She lived right across from Lin Yi. Chapter 287. The Tiny Spirit Tower was one of the 3 treasured lands in Tiny Spirit City. Compared to the Tower of Time, it was the most lively. There were 3 chances every month. On the last day of the month, countless experts would come here to challenge the Tiny Spirit Tower to increase their amplitude. Xiaochu, what happened? Why did you fail on the first floor? Not far from the Tiny Spirit Tower, there were hundreds and thousands of experts gathered. Zhang Xiaochu, Zhou Tianming, and the rest were all here. Moreover, Zhang Xiaochu had already challenged the Tiny Spirit Tower. What shocked and puzzled everyone was that Zhang Xiaochu had failed on the first floor. They couldn't believe it. In their opinion, even if he couldn't pass the 3rd or 4th floor, he should at least pass the 1st floor. However, Zhang Xiaochu had failed on the 1st floor. Do you think that there is no threshold in Tiny Spirit City? How ignorant and shameful. A demon-like expert from the Tianyang Empire said with disdain. From the beginning to the end, they didn't take Zhang Xiaochu and the rest seriously. It was as if being listed as a demon-like expert with Zhang Xiaochu and the rest was an insult to them. The Gongsun family was one of the top 10 third-grade families in the Tianyang Empire. Gongsun Yu was the number 1 demon-like talent in this generation of the Gongsun family. Like Lin Yi, he was the leader of one of the 10 small teams. However, the number of demon-like experts following him was twice as many as Lin Yi. Gongsun Yu, I didn't take you for a mute if you don't speak. You aren't any better, the 3rd prince said coldly. He was the prince of the Cloudy Sky Kingdom. The demon-like experts of the Tianyang Empire didn't think highly of him. After coming to the Great Xiao World ruins, everyone was on the same starting line. Naturally, he didn't think highly of Gongsun Yu. He thought in his heart, they were both demon-like talents. Why was the difference so huge? Lin Yi kept a low profile, but his strength was terrifying to the extreme. Although Gong Sun Yu was strong, he was very arrogant. However, compared to Lin Yi, the difference in strength was huge. There is no food in the trough. You aren't that far off. The demon-like experts of the Tianyang Empire instantly laughed when they saw the demon-like experts of the Tianyang Empire. After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh. The experts who followed him were also laughing heartily. Brother Sun, don't lower yourself to their level. It's your turn. Xiao Yanqing tugged at the third prince, telling him not to bicker with others. Because it was now the third prince's turn to challenge the tiny spirit tower. The third prince nodded and glared fiercely at Gong Sun Yu before walking towards the entrance of the tiny spirit tower. Time passed by, second by second. The third prince's challenge was over. He had successfully defeated the first level and lost on the second level. Amplitude value 1-1. Behind them, Xiao Yanqing and the others continued to challenge. 14 people, 9 of them failed. Only 5 people managed to pass the first floor. Only now did everyone realize how terrifying the tiny spirit tower was. It was too difficult to pass the first floor. The first level was already so terrifying. Then what about the second and third levels? The tiny spirit pagoda had a total of 33 levels. It was truly unimaginable. Brother Gong Sun, it's your turn. After Zhang Xiaochu and the others finished their challenge, it was Gong Sun Yu's turn. When Gong Sun Yu passed by Zhang Xiaochu and the others, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. It was as if he was certain that he would succeed. Then, he walked into the tiny spirit tower. 10 breaths later, the crystal steel outside the tiny spirit tower flashed with a ray of light. Gong Sun Yu passed the first floor. The crystal steel showed that Gong Sun Yu had succeeded in his challenge. 20 breaths later, the crystal steel flashed with light again. Gong Sun Yu passed the second floor. 30 breaths later, Gong Sun Yu walked out of the tiny spirit tower with a calm expression. However, when he looked at Zhang Xiaochu and the others, he raised his head arrogantly. It was as if he was number one in the world. Indeed, it was rare for someone to pass the second floor of the tiny spirit tower on their first try. The challenge continued. The monstrous experts walked out of the tiny spirit tower one after another. Out of the 100 people, 70 of them failed. The rest of them passed the first floor. Only 2 or 3 reached the second floor. At this moment, all the experts were dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with amazement. They saw a peerless beauty appear in the square of the tiny spirit tower. The woman looked to be 21 or 22 years old. She was wearing a blue dress. Her silky hair hung down to her waist. Her beautiful face was devastatingly beautiful. Her white skin was like a warm jade. She was like a goddess that had cleansed the dust of the 9 heavens. Her aura was otherworldly, and her cold temperament kept people away. Her delicate feet were 3 feet above the ground as she walked. However, there was a blood-red lotus imprint between her eyebrows. It made her look even more bewitching. Bewitching, holy, and ice-cold. All the experts were shocked when they saw this woman. They never thought that there would be such a perfect woman in this world. They thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. This woman should only exist in the heavens. How many times would one see her in the mortal world? Fairy Xia. Fairy Xia of the Xuanzi clan. Fairy Xia. After a long time, countless monstrous experts woke up from their shock. They recognized this woman's identity and origin. All the experts' faces were filled with respect and admiration. Her beauty made all the men in the world go crazy for her. Nangong Xia didn't stop. She directly walked into the tiny spirit tower and disappeared from the expert's sight. At this moment, all the monstrous experts looked at the crystal steel curiously. They all wanted to know if Nangong Xia could pass the tiny spirit tower. In just 5 breaths, the crystal steel flickered with a dazzling radiance. Nangong Xia, first floor pass. 10 breaths later, the crystal steel flickered with a dazzling radiance again. Nangong Xia, second floor pass. 15 breaths later, the crystal steel flickered with a dazzling radiance again. The radiance was even more dazzling than before. All the experts present had splendid expressions. They all knew that Nangong Xia had passed the third floor. Moreover, she only needed 15 breaths to pass the third floor. As expected, Nangong Xia, third floor pass. The monstrous experts who thought that they were the #1 expert in the world now had extremely unsightly expressions after passing the second floor. They realized that they didn't have the slightest bit of ability in front of Nangong Xia. Whether it was talent or strength, Nangong Xia crushed them. 15 minutes later, Nangong Xia, 7th floor pass. 15 minutes later, Nangong Xia, 12th floor pass. After passing the 12th floor, Nangong Xia walked out of the tiny spirit tower. Her amplitude value had reached 2. In other words, her current heaven ranking value multiplied by her amplitude value was her final heaven ranking value. Congratulations, Fairy Xia. Congratulations, Fairy Xia. Seeing Nangong Xia come out, countless experts greeted and congratulated Nangong Xia. One must know that the #1 expert of the heaven ranking, Ruo Lan Yu, only had an amplitude value of 1.7. But Nangong Xia's first attempt at the tiny spirit tower had already reached 2. What kind of concept was that? Furthermore, Nangong Xia was currently ranked 18th on the heaven ranking. On the crystal stele, there were 10 names. Nangong Xia was ranked first. Chapter 288. There are quite a lot of people here. Lin Yi came to the square of the tiny spirit tower. Seeing the countless experts around the tower, he could not help but sigh. He muttered to himself as he walked towards the tiny spirit tower. Soon, he arrived in front of the tiny spirit tower. Seeing that Nangong Xia was also there, a faint smile appeared on his face. Captain! Zhang Xiaochu and the third prince also noticed Lin Yi's appearance and greeted Lin Yi. More than a dozen people greeted him, making many experts envious and curious. Did a monstrous genius of the cloudy sky kingdom have such great charm? Isn't this Lin Yi? You also came to challenge the tiny spirit tower. Gongsun Yu looked at Lin Yi. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he spoke loudly. Is there a problem? Lin Yi frowned, but he didn't get angry and asked. Looking at you, could it be that you want to surpass Fairy Xia? Gongsun Yu pointed at the crystal stele. As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally leaned towards Nangong Xia, as if he was standing on her side. This meant that he had a good relationship with Nangong Xia. This situation made the experts present frown, but most of them didn't dare to say anything. Seeing that Nangong Xia didn't object or get angry, Gongsun Yu became even happier. His face was filled with pride and confidence, as if he was the victor. You guys? Lin Yi looked at the crystal stele and saw that Nangong Xia was actually ranked first, passing the 12th floor. He then pointed at Nangong Xia and Gongsun Yu. He had an inquiring look on his face. I am friends with Fairy Xia, Gongsun Yu said proudly. He started to fantasize in his heart. Since Nangong Xia didn't object to him standing with her, it meant that there was hope. If he could chase after Nangong Xia, wouldn't it be a great thing in life? Lin Yi chuckled. Then he smiled and almost laughed out loud. Everyone present knew the meaning behind his action. He was looking down on Gongsun Yu and even mocking him. Fairy Xia is peerless. Gongsun Yu has admired me for a long time. Do you have any objections to us becoming friends? A trace of anger appeared on Gongsun Yu's face. However, Lin Yi never looked at him again, treating him like air. He walked towards the tiny spirit tower. Junior brother. Seeing Lin Yi enter the tiny spirit tower without greeting her, Nangong Xia was stunned. Then, he shouted for Lin Yi. Unfortunately, Lin Yi had already disappeared from the tiny spirit pagoda. The word junior brother stunned all the monstrous geniuses present. Gongsun Yu's expression kept changing. In the end, he became embarrassed. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that Lin Yi was actually Nangong Xia's junior brother. Looking at Nangong Xia's appearance, she definitely had a good relationship with Lin Yi. For a moment, countless gazes fell on Gongsun Yu. No, I can't take it anymore. Let me have a laugh first. Ha ha. The expression on the third prince's face became interesting, and then he said loudly. In the end, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhang Xiaochu and the others also burst into laughter. They weren't the only ones. The other experts also couldn't help but laugh. Let me give you a kind reminder. It's best if you don't provoke my junior brother. He can crush you to death with a single finger. Nangong Xie turned around, and her slender feet moved. She put some distance between herself and Gong Sunyu. Her voice was like the sound of nature. After saying that, she looked at the crystal steel, no longer paying attention to the experts present. Thank you for your reminder, Fairy Xie. Gong Sunyu said hatefully. He already hated Nangong Xie and Lin Yi to the bone. If it wasn't for Nangong Xie, he wouldn't have been mocked by countless people. If it wasn't for Lin Yi pretending not to know Nangong Xie, he wouldn't have been humiliated. He hated it. Nangong Xie and Lin Yi were clearly senior and junior brothers. Yet, she pretended to be a stranger. At this moment, the crystal steel emitted a burst of light. The light was incomparably dazzling. Seeing this light, the experts present knew that Lin Yi had successfully passed the first floor. For a moment, many experts were envious. The first floor's amplitude was also 1. Faint golden words. Lin Yi, first floor passed. I told you that the captain would definitely pass. I wonder how many floors the captain can pass. When Zhang Xiaochu and the others saw that Lin Yi had successfully passed the first floor, they were all envious but more excited. They were even happier than if they had passed the challenge themselves. Because Lin Yi was their captain. In a tiny spirit tower, Lin Yi had a relaxed expression. After passing the first floor, he was swept by a ray of light and entered the second floor. The second floor, a young man appeared. This young man emitted a powerful aura. The challenge in the tiny spirit tower wasn't anything else. It was a challenge to oneself. It turned out that after entering the tiny spirit tower, someone with the same cultivation as oneself would appear. Once one killed the opponent, one would pass. Lin Yi instantly killed his opponent on the first floor. When he entered the second floor, it was still a young man who looked exactly the same. However, his opponent's cultivation was one level higher than his, reaching the celestial realm. Kill! Lin Yi didn't hesitate and punched out with his Heavenly Emperor Fist. Among his various attacks, the Heavenly Emperor Fist was the most powerful. With a punch, the space shattered. Boom! Without the slightest bit of suspense, the opponent of the Heaven Tier, 9x9 return to 1, was beaten to the point of scattering. The second floor passed. A ray of light swept across, and Lin Yi was brought to the third floor. On the third floor, there was another opponent, a celestial realm, transcendence, golden body. Without hesitation, he fought directly. The third floor passed easily. On the fourth floor, there were 2 transcendence golden bodies. Outside the tiny spirit tower, all the experts were looking at the crystal stone tablet. On the crystal stone tablet, Lin Yi had passed the third floor in a short time, which shocked and envied countless experts. One had to know that the higher the floor of the tiny spirit tower, the higher the amplitude, and the higher the heavenless points obtained. Whoosh! Soon, the crystal stone tablet flashed with light. At the same time, there was a subtle notification sound. Lin Yi, 4th floor passed. Whoosh! Lin Yi, 5th floor passed. Whoosh! Lin Yi, 6th floor passed. Whoosh! Lin Yi, 7th floor passed. When Lin Yi passed the 7th floor, his name appeared in 3rd place on the crystal stone tablet. The first place was Nangong Xie, and the second place was Ruo Lanyu. He and the second place were both at the 7th floor. At this moment, all the experts outside the tiny spirit tower were completely shocked. More people were curious if Lin Yi could reach the 8th floor and surpass Ruo Lanyu. They didn't have to wait long. Whoosh! The crystal stone tablet flashed with a dazzling light, and a subtle notification sound rang out. Lin Yi, 8th floor passed. His name had surpassed Ruo Lanyu and reached 2nd place. However, his achievement in the tiny spirit tower was far from Nangong Xie's. At this moment, many experts had the thought that Lin Yi could surpass Nangong Xie. Chapter 289. Lin Yi successfully passed the 8th floor. On this floor, he faced 6 opponents. 6 monstrous geniuses with transcendence golden bodies. Under the Heavenly Emperor's fist and frigid sky, Aurora, he defeated all 6 opponents. On the 9th floor, 7 opponents he passed. On the 10th floor, 8 opponents he passed. On the 11th floor, 9 opponents he passed. However, he had used the Silver Star Holy Sword and Azura Hell on this floor. Only then did he manage to defeat the 9 opponents. Even so, he had suffered injuries. Fortunately, he had successfully passed the 11th floor. Whoosh! Rays of light flashed and engulfed Lin Yi. When the rays of light disappeared, Lin Yi appeared on the 12th floor of the tiny spirit tower. Boom! He had just arrived on the 12th floor. Lin Yi felt an unparalleled saint aura. The saint aura was terrifying to the extreme. This saint aura was stronger than the half-step saints he had seen before. It was comparable to the saint aura. The sudden appearance of holy aura almost suppressed him. Only at this moment did he understand. His opponents were no longer heavenly humans, but half-true saints. However, they were stronger than ordinary half-true saints. They were heaven-defying half-true saints. In other words, this was the strength he would need to become a half-true saint in the future. First tribulation, half-true saint. It was a terrifying tribulation. Even though they were only first tribulation half-true saints, their strength had surpassed first tribulation half-true saints by leaps and bounds. Just like Lin Yi, his cultivation was only at the heavenly 5 Qi rising sun realm, but his strength was comparable to an ordinary half-true saint. This was truly retribution. He had been too strong outside, and now he had tasted the disadvantages of being too strong. Kill! Lin Yi let out a roar. The Silver Star Holy Sword appeared in his hand, and 1,100 rays of Sword Domain and 2,400 rays of Metal Domain erupted. The Metal Domain and Sword Domain merged, and the Silver Star Holy Sword's holy aura erupted. With a slash of his sword, space was torn apart. Heaven and earth returned to normal in a flash of cold light. A first tribulation half-true saint had fallen. On the 12th floor he passed. Lin Yi had just stopped, but he didn't give Lin Yi any time to rest. Rays of light appeared on the 13th floor, and Lin Yi was brought to the tiny spirit tower. Buzz, the opponent that appeared on the 13th floor, caused Lin Yi to frown. He had assumed that there would be 2 first tribulation half-true saints on the 13th floor. But he was wrong. There wasn't 1 first tribulation half-true saint on the 13th floor, but 2 second tribulation half-true saints. The 2 second tribulation half-true saints' holy auras suppressed Huang Xiaolong to the point of suffocation. If it was just an ordinary second tribulation half-true saint, Huang Xiaolong would still be able to deal with it. However, the 2 half-true saints in front of him were second tribulation half-true saints. Although he hadn't reached the half-step sage realm, the tiny spirit pagoda had already simulated his strength when he was a half-step sage. It allowed him to feel his strength when he was a half-step sage. Senior Sister lost on the 13th level. I wonder what Senior Sister's cultivation level is. He must have reached the peak of the Transcendence Golden Body. Lin Yi thought to himself. To enter the Grand Xiao World Ruins, one had to be at the Heaven Realm. Those above the Heaven Realm were not allowed to enter. If it weren't for this restriction, he would have thought that Nangong Xie was already a half-saint or even a saint. Second tribulation half-true saint, he. Lin Yi looked at the 2 powerful opponents, and his divine sense moved. The Silver Star battle armor and Silver Star sacred sword appeared in his hands. The battle armor and Huang Xiaolong became one. With a single thought, the battle armor and the Silver Star sacred sword appeared automatically. At this moment, Lin Yi wore the Silver Star battle armor and held the Silver Star sacred sword in his hand. The set of 1,000 runes saint artifacts increased his strength by more than 10 times. This was the first time Huang Xiaolong had used a set of saint artifacts. He could feel the destructive power from the battle armor and the sacred sword. It felt as if he could shatter space with a single slash. Slash! Lin Yi let out a roar. The Silver Star sacred sword slashed towards one of his opponents. In an instant, space was torn apart. 2 second tribulation half-true saints erupted with terrifying power as they charged towards Lin Yi. In an instant, 3 figures clashed in the air. The battle armor and holy sword were a set of saint artifacts. Compared to a single saint artifact, the battle armor was 10 times stronger. Even if a second tribulation half-true saint's attack landed on the battle armor, it wouldn't be able to injure him. Lin Yi discovered that the battle armor could negate 90% of his opponent's attack. On top of that, his 9 divine dragon transformations and the first floor of the absolute defense. In the end, the attack he received was less than 1% of his opponent's attack. With his self-healing physique, a second tribulation half-true saint couldn't kill him. Moreover, the peerless 1,000 runes saint artifact in his hand was able to injure his opponent with every slash. Gotcha! 15 minutes later, a second tribulation half-true saint was killed. Lin Yi had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. After killing a second tribulation half-true saint, Lin Yi felt more relaxed. He found an opportunity and slashed out again. The second tribulation half-true saint fell. The battle ended at this moment. Lin Yi passed the tiny spirit tower's 13th floor. Swish! Light enveloped Lin Yi. It brought Lin Yi to the 14th floor. On the 14th floor, there were 3 opponents. 3 third tribulation half-true saints. 15 minutes later, Lin Yi killed the 3 third tribulation half-true saints and successfully passed the 14th floor. On the 15th floor, he killed 3 fourth tribulation half-true saints, but he was killed by another 4th tribulation half-true saint. On the 15th floor of the tiny spirit tower, Lin Yi failed his challenge. When he woke up, he was already transported back to the bottom of the tiny spirit tower. Lin Yi's appearance jolted all the experts back to their senses. The way they looked at Lin Yi was as if they were looking at a monster. More than that, there was fear in their hearts. Wariness towards Lin Yi rose from the bottom of their hearts. Junior brother is amazing. A sweet smile appeared on Nangong Sia's beautiful face as she praised Lin Yi. Her voice was incomparably melodious, like the sound of nature, intoxicating countless experts. The 15th floor is too terrifying. Lin Yi shook his head with a faint smile on his face. If he was lucky, he could pass the 15th floor. However, he had no confidence in passing the 16th floor. He could imagine that there would be 5 fifth tribulation half-true saints on the 16th floor. Not to mention 5, even 1 fifth tribulation half-true saint would be enough to kill him. Of course, there was still hope for him to improve. After all, he still had a lot of room for improvement. As long as he was given enough time, passing the 15th floor wouldn't be a problem. Captain is still the strongest. Of course, how else could he become a captain? That's not entirely true. Not all captains are called Lin Yi. Gong Sun Yu isn't the captain, but in front of our captain, he's just an ant in front of a giant dragon. It's just that this ant thinks he's infallible. Xiao Chu, don't say that about young Master Gong Sun. He's the Gong Sun family's #1 monster. Not to mention the Gong Sun family. The true saints were smacked in the face by our captain, and now the #1 monster is doing the same. I suspect that our captain is the Gong Sun family's nemesis. The third prince and the others. Every single one of them was happy for Lin Yi. Thinking about how they had been mocked by Gong Sun Yu, they felt incomparably satisfied. This kind of opportunity didn't come every day, and they wouldn't let it go. They would ruthlessly trample on Gong Sun Yu. For a moment, Gong Sun Yu's expression was incomparably ugly. Chapter 290. Lin Yi had passed the 14th floor of the tiny spirit tower. He was temporarily ranked first on the crystal steel. The second was his senior sister, Nangong Sia. Their achievements in the tiny spirit tower were far ahead. They were 4 or 5 floors higher than the third-ranked Ruolan Yu. On the 14th floor, the amplitude value was 2. 4. In the future, Lin Yi's heavenly list value would be multiplied by 2. 4. Time passed by second. On the last day of the month, in the last hour, The rankings on the world's heavenly list were constantly changing. At the last moment, the rankings on the world's heavenly list finally stabilized. There was a new name in the top 10, Nangong Siya. Nangong Siya was originally ranked 18th. However, her amplitude value had reached 2, causing her heavenly list value to multiply by 2. This time, her heavenly list value had reached 680,000. She was ranked 5th. Lin Ye's ranking had also increased by a lot. Originally, he had 93,000 points. Now that his amplitude value had reached 2, his heavenly list value had reached 220,000. He was ranked 12th. With this change in rankings, Lin Yi and Nangong Siya entered the eyes of countless experts. Soon, the two became the focus of attention. They were the opponents that countless experts were most wary of. What was shocking was that Nangong Siya and Lin Yi were senior sister and junior brother. The two had a very good relationship. Of course, the heavenly list value was only a reference to the strength of an expert. Because the heavenly list value was high, it only meant that one had hunted a lot of demonic beasts. Hunting demonic beasts depended on luck and various auxiliary methods. It did not necessarily reflect one's true strength. Therefore, even if Lin Ye's heavenly list value was high, not many people were afraid of him. Lin Yi. Most of them wanted to kill Lin Yi and rob his treasures. Congratulations on reaching 12th place on the world's heavenly list. 12th place on the world's heavenly list, you have 1 day to cultivate in the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time. 12th place on the world's heavenly list, you will be rewarded with additional honor points. Your heavenly list value is 220,000. You will be rewarded with 22 honor points. The higher your ranking, the more honor points you will receive. In the castle, the world spirit appeared. Notification: Lin Yi received the reward of being ranked 12th on the heavenly rankings. Being ranked 12th on the heavenly rankings will also give him an additional 22 honor points. A chance to cultivate on the 3rd level for a day. What are honor points? When Lin Yi heard that there was a reward, he immediately became happy. The time ratio on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time was 8:1. As for the honor points, Lin Yi really didn't know what they were, nor did they have any use for them. Honor points can only be obtained by those in the top 100 of the heavenly rankings. In this area of Tiny Spirit City, honor points are the most precious things. Once you surpass the heaven ranking points, you can only use honor points to trade in the 9th level of the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda. Moreover, with honor points, you could be transported to a secret realm. The better the secret realm, the more honor points will be consumed. The 9th floor of the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda. Every year, only those in the top 10 with honor points can enter once. Every year, the top 20 with honor points will be teleported to the top secret realm. The world spirit said calmly. Lin Yi listened carefully, not daring to miss a single word. As he listened, he couldn't help but become excited. The Great Xiao World Ruins was really magical. It seemed that whether it was the heaven ranking points or honor points, he had to fight for it himself. Is it true that the higher the ranking on the heavenly rankings, the more honor points? Lin Yi asked curiously. Honor points could only be obtained by those in the top 100 of the heavenly rankings. If one wasn't in the top 100, there would be no honor points reward. That's right. First place, the heaven ranking points to honor points ratio is 1,001. Second place, the heaven ranking points to honor points ratio is 2,001. Third place, the heaven ranking points to honor points ratio is 3,001. Fourth place, the heaven ranking points to honor points ratio is 4,001. Fifth place, the heaven ranking points to honor points ratio is 4,001. Sixth place, the heaven ranking points to honor points ratio is 5,001. Seventh place, the heaven ranking points to honor points ratio is 5,001. Eighth place, the heaven ranking points to honor points ratio is 6,001. Ninth place, the heaven ranking points to honor points ratio is 6,001. 10th place, the heaven ranking points to honor points ratio is 7,001. 11th place, the heaven ranking points to honor points ratio is 10,001. On 12th place, the heaven ranking points to honor points ratio is 10,001. After you to the 20th place, the ratio is 10,001. Every 10 places after you have a ratio of 1,000 more. When you reach the 100th place, the ratio will be decided by the world spirit's voice. When the voice sounded, a small golden font appeared. Linyi glanced at it. He realized that these small words were the ratio of the heaven ranking points to the honor points bonus reward. The higher the ranking, the higher the honor points bonus. The first place, the honor points awarded, was 10 times more than the 10th place. Coupled with the heaven ranking points, the first place would have dozens of times more honor points than the 10th place. It was terrifying to imagine. Seems like I have to fight for it. Linyi said seriously. No matter what, he had to fight for the top 3. Only the top 3 would have more honor points. And the rewards for the top 3 would be even more terrifying. The strong will always be strong, and this was reflected incisively and vividly here. If you're strong, you can get all kinds of heaven-defying benefits, which would naturally make you stronger. Time's up. The world spirit's voice sounded. When the voice fell, the world spirit had disappeared. Next month, I will increase my cultivation first. Linyi calmed down. He thought about it for a long time before deciding on his next plan. Originally, after hearing the words of the world spirit, he planned to hunt beasts tomorrow to get the heaven ranking points and honor points. However, after calming down, he changed his mind. His cultivation was too low, and the strength he could exert wasn't ideal. Next month, he had to go into seclusion to increase his strength. Only when his strength is strong, he could go deeper into the dark forest and earn more heaven ranking points. After making the decision, he walked toward the castle of the third prince. The matters in the team were all arranged by the third prince. He was completely a hands-off boss. However, he was still the soul of this team. Gather everyone together. I have something to inform you. After entering the castle of the third prince, Sun Wuyu, Linyi spoke and ordered the third prince. In the Cloud Sky Kingdom, he might have been more polite to the third prince and addressed him as Your Highness. However, in the Heavenly Sun Empire, in the world of the Grand Xia, he was the captain. He addressed the third prince as Your Highness. Okay, I will inform them now. The third prince nodded. He quickly cast out a communication rune. In Tiny Spirit City, everyone lived not far from each other. Ordinary communication runes were enough to inform each other. After doing all this, he waited for the other members to arrive. The third prince was curious. He didn't know what Linyi wanted to inform him about. This was a bit unusual. One should know that Linyi rarely summoned them. This time, it seemed to be something important. Chapter 291. In less than half an hour, all 13 of them arrived at the third prince's castle. Captain, Captain. When they saw Linyi, they all greeted Linyi. Finally, they sat quietly at the side, waiting for Linyi's orders. They were also curious, not knowing what Linyi wanted. Everyone is here. Let me tell you a piece of news. I believe you will like it. Linyi glanced at everyone. The original team, including him, had 31 people, but after entering the Great Xia World ruins, there were only 15 of them left. The other 16 had either fallen or gone missing. After a month of fighting together, Linyi understood them better. Although all of them had the common arrogance of a monster, they were not bad people. Therefore, he was willing to share the information and even help them. Captain, what's the news? Qian Wuxiu asked. He asked the question that was in everyone's mind. In the area of the Great Xia World ruins, the most precious thing is not the heavenless points. It's the honor points. I just found out about this. In the 9th floor of the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda, the treasures inside can only be traded with honor points. Moreover, honor points can teleport people to secret realms. Every year, there's a chance to teleport to the top secret realms. Of course, honor points can only be obtained by the top 200 of the heaven list. Linyi said calmly. He told them the information he got from the world spirit. This information was only available to the top 200 rankers. Zhang Xiaochu and the others were outside the top 200, so they naturally didn't know about this. His words made the third prince and the others completely stunned. After a long time, they woke up from the shock. There are actually such magical rewards and benefits. It's really unexpected. If you didn't enter the top 200, you might not even know about these rewards in 3 years. Entering the Great Xiao World Ruins. If your cultivation is low, you won't even be able to touch the surface. Captain, what are your arrangements? Captain, just say the word and we won't frown. Captain, you can arrange it. We'll listen to you. The first to react was the third prince, followed by Zhao Shijiao. Then, the others also came to a realization. Knowing that Lin Yi had come to inform them, he must have made arrangements. However, before this arrangement, they had to state their position. Otherwise, the captain would not easily reveal his own arrangements. After all, this was related to everyone's interests. If they wanted to gain more benefits, they had to stand on the right side. For a moment, they all expressed their choice in words, and they would always stand on Lin Ye's side. Regardless of whether it was in the Great Xiao World Ruins or after leaving it, they were not fools. Lin Yi was so heaven-defying. No matter when, he would be the target of all the superpowers. As long as his luck wasn't too bad, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a peerless expert. Being able to build a good relationship with such a person who would become a peerless expert in the future would bring unexpected benefits. Next month, everyone will start cultivating. Enter the Tower of Time to cultivate. All of you, raise your cultivation to the Transcendence Golden Body. Those who have achieved the Transcendence Golden Body, increase your combat strength. When you become stronger, enter the depths of the Dark Forest and earn more points on the Heaven List. I hope that all of us can enter the top 100. Even half of us can enter the top 10. At the very least, all of us can enter the top 50. Lin Yi said calmly. His calm voice wasn't loud. However, when Zhang Xiaochu and the others heard it, they couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. They were shocked, curious, and doubtful. All of them could enter the top 100. Even half of them could enter the top 10. At the very least, all of them could enter the top 50. How crazy was this? Only Lin Yi dared to think like this. Captain, there are cultivation restrictions in the Tower of Time. Even if there's no time limit to cultivate on the second floor, you won't be able to increase your strength much in 1 month. After Lin Yi finished his words, everyone became silent. After a while, Sui Tianming spoke first. He mentioned the biggest problem that everyone was facing now. This was also unrealistic. Even with the Tower of Time, it was impossible to improve so much in 1 month. After Sui Tianming finished his words, everyone looked at Lin Yi. It wasn't that they doubted Lin Yi, but that this matter was too unrealistic. It was impossible to achieve. I'll give you 30 years. Can you do it? Lin Yi revealed a confident smile. He opened his mouth and said something that seemed to be a joke. 30 years. I can definitely do it. I don't need 30 years. Give me 10 years, and I can reach the peak of Transcendence Golden Body. I'm now at the peak of Transcendence Golden Body. I'll reach the peak of Transcendence Golden Body in 1 year at most. Captain, didn't you say 1 month? In 30 years, I'll have a chance to become a sage. Zhang Xiaochu, Xiao Yanqing, and the others all thought that Lin Yi was joking to ease the atmosphere. Therefore, they all became much more relaxed. They didn't need 30 years at all. In 10 years at most, everyone could reach the peak of Transcendence Golden Body. I have a consumable treasure. It can change the rules of time. 32 days of cultivation inside is equivalent to only 1 day outside. Moreover, I've already tried it. In the Tower of Time, the time ratio of this treasure can be stacked. You can calculate it. If we spend 10 days on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, how much time would it be outside? Lin Yi opened his mouth and said with a smile. With a 9-fold space integrated with him, he wasn't afraid of being coveted at all. Moreover, he only said that it was a consumable treasure. The consumable treasure was only a one-time use. It could be used 3 to 5 times. Let me calculate. If that's the case, then 10 days of cultivation on the 4th floor is equivalent to 14 years outside. Wang Zhe didn't hear it clearly and thought that it was just Lin Ye's imagination. Then, he calculated that 10 days of cultivation on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time was equivalent to 14 years outside. He didn't hear it clearly, but the others understood it clearly. Shock was written all over their faces. They looked at Lin Yi with scorching eyes. If there was really such a consumable treasure, it could completely solve the problem just now. They could improve their cultivation and strength, and then go to the depths of the dark forest to earn heavenless points. Perhaps, as the captain said, all of them could enter the top 50. This is a secret. If it's leaked, I will punish him personally. I treat you sincerely. I don't ask for anything in return, but I don't want to see betrayal. Lin Yi didn't continue on this topic. Instead, he issued a warning. This warning seemed plain, but everyone knew what Lin Yi meant. If they dared to betray, they would suffer Lin Ye's crazy revenge. There was a kind of person who generally didn't threaten others. However, if you touched his bottom line, you would regret being born in this world. Lin Yi was that kind of person. Chapter 292. I will never betray you. Violators will be struck by lightning and will never be reincarnated. I, Zhang Xiaochu, swear to the heavenly Tao that if I betray you, I will die under the divine tribulation. I will always stand with the captain. If I betray you, I will be struck by the divine tribulation. For a moment, the third prince, Lai Tenyu, Zhang Xiaochu, and the others all swore on the martial Tao and the divine tribulation that they would always stand by Lin Ye's side, even if they were doomed eternally. Powerhouses were most afraid of inner demons and the divine tribulation. Swearing on inner demons and the divine tribulation was enough to prove their wisdom. They all understood that Lin Yi could take out his trump card to help them, which meant that he treated them as friends. Lin Yi had already gone to this step. What else could they say? In this world, the ones who accompanied them the most were not necessarily their parents and relatives. It was their master and friends of the same level. They were all peerless geniuses and were destined to walk a very, very long path. On the path of cultivation, they would have a long time. The lifespan of their parents was not necessarily as long as theirs. Lifespan was a natural chasm between powerhouses and mortals. Mortals could live for 100 years. On the other hand, powerful half-saints and saints could live for hundreds or even thousands of years. Therefore, only powerful friends of the same level could support each other and go further. In a powerhouse's life, it was definitely a great blessing to have a true friend. It was even more important than having a confidant. Lin Yi was undoubtedly the best candidate in their hearts. It could even be said that there was a huge gap between them and Lin Yi. To be friend with Lin Yi, he was to climb up the social ladder. Lin Yi could give them a ladder and an opportunity. If they did not seize it, then they were not worthy of being called geniuses. They deserved to be left far behind by other geniuses and powerhouses of the same level. What do I not need you to do? Because I treat you as friends and brothers. On the long path of cultivation, brothers will always be by my side. Lin Yi looked at Zhang Xiaochu and the others and said lightly, in this life, if he was destined to go far, he was destined to face unimaginable pressure. The path was long and difficult. He needed someone to help him. The person who helped him was not necessarily a peerless powerhouse or a peerless beauty. What he needed was someone who could make him feel at ease. On the long road of cultivation, brothers will always accompany each other. On the long road of cultivation, brothers will always accompany each other. Take your time on the path of cultivation. Brothers will always be by your side. Everyone said seriously. For a moment, everyone's blood boiled, and their heroic spirit soared to the heavens. At this moment, he felt that he had lived in vain. Now, this was what he truly wanted, a brother for a lifetime. Between brothers, there was no need for a gentle breeze or a gentle rain. There was only the moment when they were on the verge of life and death, when they could see their brothers sharing their joys and sorrows, not hesitating to die 100 deaths. Lin Yi did not allow Zhang Xiaochu and the others to return. Instead, he pulled them all into the ninefold space. He had already carved out an independent space in the ninefold space for Zhang Xiaochu and the others to cultivate in. As for the chaotic divine tree, he naturally wouldn't let them know, at least not for the time being. He still had to test them over a long period of time. Only through the test and the tempering of time could they receive better training. After everything was done, Lin Yi left the castle of the third prince and walked towards the Tower of Time. He had a chance to cultivate on the third floor of the Tower of Time one day. Naturally, he would not waste this opportunity. After greeting the guardian, he entered the third floor. One day later, Lin Yi entered the fourth floor. This time, he entered the fourth floor and entered secluded cultivation. The other powerhouses in Tiny Spirit City had already gone out to earn heavenless points. Even Nangong Xie had left Tiny Spirit City. She naturally knew the benefits of honor points. If she wanted to obtain more honor points, she had to have heavenless points. Moreover, her goal was to rank first on the world heaven list. Only Lin Ye's team seemed to have evaporated collectively. On the fourth floor of the Tower of Time, Lin Yi also began his secluded cultivation. What he cultivated was naturally still the starry sky, divine formula to improve his cultivation realm, and the 3,000 heavenly Tao to improve his divine thoughts. He spent part of his time comprehending and cultivating the heavenly sword 12 styles, Azura Hell, and various sage-level martial skills. What he cultivated the most was the domain of metal and domain of sword. Originally, he wanted to integrate the other 8 drops of the great sage's blood and cultivate other domains. However, after thinking about it, he finally decided to cultivate the domain of metal and domain of sword to the peak of the first level. Even if he could not reach the peak, he had to cultivate to the extent of using domains alone to fight. 1 year passed, 2 years passed, 3 years passed, 4 years passed. In the 5th year, Lin Ye's domain of metal finally reached 10,000 Dao, and his domain of sword also reached 10,000 Dao. Now, even if he did not use martial skills, he could use the domain of metal and domain of sword to fight alone. This was the most terrifying killing method of a powerhouse. Only a saint could possess 10,000 Dao domains. A 9th tribulation half-saint could only reach 9,999 Dao domains. And Lin Yi had now surpassed the half-saint limit and was comparable to a saint's domain. In other words, although his cultivation was only at the peak of the 5 Qiyang realm, his methods were comparable to a saint. Of course, if he encountered a real saint, he still had no power to fight back. In the 6th year, his cultivation broke through 9-1. In the 7th year, his cultivation reached the transcendence golden body. In the 8th year, his heavenly emperor fist reached the 5th stage. In the 9th year, his divine sense reached the peak of the 52nd order. In the 10th year, his Azura purgatory reached the peak of the 1st stage. In the 11th year, his frigid heavens aurora reached the 5th stage, and his heavenly extermination finger reached the 4th stage. In the 12th year, his heavenly phoenix divine seal broke through and reached the emperor's seal. Moreover, his heavenly phoenix divine seal was upgraded from a heaven rank martial skill to a saint rank martial skill. In the same year, Silent Soul's domain of darkness reached 10,000 Dao domains, and his domain of light was activated. In the 13th year, the azure darkness glaze advanced and reached the 2nd stage of germination. There were 18 green vines, and each vine's strength was comparable to a 2nd tribulation half-saint. When the 18 green vines attacked together, even a 4th tribulation half-saint would be defeated. In the 14th year, Lin Yi came out of seclusion. Zhang Xiaochu and the others also came out of seclusion. On this day, Lin Yi left the Tower of Time. 14 years in the 9-layer space was only 10 days in the outside world. Junior, if you have the chance, go take a look at the 9 cauldrons God suppression. Otherwise, you won't even be able to pass the half-saint tribulation. Becoming a saint is just a pipe dream. Seeing Lin Yi, the guardian took a deep look at Lin Yi and said to Lin Yi, "Senior, thank you for your guidance. This junior will bear it in mind." Lin Yi bowed deeply. He wasn't a fool. He knew that the guardian must know about the situation in the Tower of Time. He had already discovered Zhang Xiaochu and the others last time. However, the guardian didn't punish him. Instead, he kindly reminded him. This made Lin Yi very grateful. Chapter 293. After leaving the Tower of Time, Lin Yi returned to the castle. Inside the castle, he opened the ninefold space and called out Zhang Xiaochu and the others. There was a slight fluctuation in the space. One figure after another appeared in front of Lin Yi. Soon, Zhang Xiaochu and the third prince came out. The cultivation is over. 14 years have passed. Captain, how long has it been outside? Qian Wexiu asked. He himself had a transcendence golden body. After 14 years of secluded cultivation, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the transcendence golden body. Moreover, his other martial skills and means had also improved tremendously. Now, his strength was definitely 10 times stronger than 14 years ago. Hearing Qian Wexiu ask Lin Yi, Zhang Xiaochu and the others were also curious, even though Lin Yi had already made it very clear. But until now, they still didn't believe it because it was too heaven-defying. 14 years. If it was really as Lin Yi said, that only a short time had passed in the outside world, then they had really made a fortune. There are still 8 hours to go. It will be 11 days. Lin Yi said indifferently. His face was as calm as the wind, and his tone was nonchalant. At the beginning, he cultivated on the 3rd level for a day, and then he cultivated on the 4th level for 10 days. In total, it was about 11 days. However, Zhang Xiaochu and the others in the ninefold space had spent a full 14 years. They had cultivated in seclusion for 14 years. In these 14 years, everyone's cultivation strength had undergone tremendous changes. All of them had reached the peak of the transcendence golden body. Awesome. Great. Others cultivated for 10 days, but I cultivated for 14 years. Haha, I've left them behind. Now, what I want the most is to have a big battle. After receiving Lin Yi's personal confirmation, the short silence in the castle was quickly broken. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Others might only have hunted a few beasts, but they had improved their cultivation strength by 14 years. If they hadn't experienced it personally, they wouldn't have believed that it was so heaven-defying. A big battle. Do you all think so? Lin Yi leaned back in his chair. His entire person was incomparably undisciplined, just like the second generation of an aristocratic family. However, everyone knew that if they really treated Lin Yi as a second-generation rich kid, they wouldn't even know how they died. Everyone was curious as to how much Lin Yi had improved in this short period of time, although he didn't know how much Lin Yi had improved. However, they knew their limits. Lin Yi could crush them with one hand. Yes. Captain, what should we do now? I do want to have a big battle. Hearing Lin Yi's words, they all expressed their current thoughts in unison. They really wanted to have a big fight and see how strong they were. They also wanted to be sure that they weren't hallucinating. All right, let's go to the Dark Forest. I specialize in killing Emperor-level demonic beasts, Lin Yi said with a smile. After saying that, he stood up and walked out of the castle. His action stunned Zhang Xiaochu and the others. They didn't expect Lin Yi to be more enthusiastic than them. Immediately, a happy smile appeared on everyone's faces, and they hurriedly chased after him. They left Tiny Spirit City with Lin Yi. After leaving Tiny Spirit City, they passed through the land of yellow sand. With the experience from last time, everyone gathered together 2 hours later. After everyone had gathered, they flew towards the Dark Forest. Everyone had a transcendence golden body, and their strength had reached the peak of the transcendence golden body. Their speed was much faster than last time. Moreover, after everyone's strength reached the peak, they didn't have to worry about others. Captain, should we give the team a famous name? During the flight, His Royal Highness the Third Prince suggested that they give the team a name. In the future, everyone would act under the team name. The God Battling Team. Lin Yi didn't even think about it, and casually said name, because this name felt very powerful. For him, a name was just a code. Even if the team's name was 123, as long as they were strong, they could still be famous and let all the strong people in the world know of their existence. If they weren't strong, no matter how famous the name was, it would be useless. The God Battling Team. That's a good name. Let's use this name. In the future, we will be the God Battling Team. That's a good name. Hearing this name, everyone agreed. Although this name was just casually given by Lin Yi, It was indeed loud and made people feel that it was extraordinary. Of course, it was extraordinary because the captain was Lin Yi and the team members. Tianyu, lead the way. After entering the dark forest, Lin Yi said to Lai Tenyu. He came out from the depths of the dark forest and was more familiar with the route. He knew that there were powerful monsters in those places. Although this time they didn't plan to enter the depths of the altar, their goal was mainly the Emperor-level monsters. Of course, it would be better if they could enter the altar smoothly. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh along the way, everyone flew quickly. However, they didn't dare to be careless. Although they didn't take the heaven-level monsters seriously with their current cultivation, they didn't dare to be careless, lest they fail miserably. If they encountered monsters, even if they encountered ordinary monsters, they had to fight like a lion hunting a rabbit. Time passed little by little. 6 hours later, the group was thousands of miles into the dark forest. The deeper they went, the more powerful the monsters they encountered. Gradually, it became rare to see heaven-level monsters. All the monsters they encountered were Emperor-level monsters. At this time, Lai Tenyu stopped. The others also stopped at the same time. They each took their positions and entered battle mode, ready to burst out an earth-shattering attack at any time. Captain, it's the territory of the sky-falling beasts in front. The sky-falling beasts live in groups. We have to be careful. Lai Tenyu's face was solemn. In the past, he had almost died here. When he came here again, he treated these demonic beasts as prey. The change was too big, and it had only been a month. Get ready to fight. Lin Yi nodded and then said. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaochu and the others flew forward like arrows. They had already prepared an earth-shattering attack. When they encountered monsters, they would burst out with earth-shattering power. Roar, roar, the sky-falling beasts lived in groups. Moreover, they were all Emperor-level monsters. Zhang Xiaochu and the others' aura and movements attracted the attention of the sky-falling beasts. They immediately roared and then attacked with earth-shattering attacks. The battle had begun. Lin Yi was floating in the air, watching everything. It was the first time they were fighting against Emperor-level monsters. He had to hold the line to prevent any accidents. Shu Lin Ye's divine consciousness extended 100 miles. Everything within 100 miles was under his control. He found that there were thousands of Emperor-level monsters within 100 miles, and all of them were Emperor-level sky-falling beasts. The sky-falling beasts were not big, only 4 or 5 meters in size. However, they were extremely strong and extremely fast. Chapter 294. Fortunately, most of them were First Tribulation Emperor realm demonic beasts. There were only a few Second Tribulation Emperor realm demonic beasts. He sensed a dozen Third Tribulation Emperor realm demonic beasts with his divine sense. Zhang Xiaochu and the others were at the peak of Transcendence Golden Body. However, there was a huge gap between the Heavenly Realm and the Half-True Saint Realm. No matter how monstrous they were, they could only fight against First or Second Tribulation Emperor realm demonic beasts. If they encountered a Third Tribulation Emperor realm demonic beasts, they would be defeated. Therefore, only he could deal with Third Tribulation Emperor realm demonic beasts. He had been cultivating in seclusion in the 9-heaven space for 14 years. His cultivation had reached the peak of Transcendence Golden Body, and his strength was 1,000 times stronger than when he was at the 5 Qiyang realm. The difference between before and after was like heaven and earth. Kill! Lin Yi stretched out his hand, and a stalk of grass appeared in front of him. The grass floated in the air, exuding boundless vitality. Then, the grass charged towards the countless Emperor realm demonic beasts. Then, 18 green vines burst out from the grass. Each vine was 2 meters thick and 10,000 meters long. The green vines exuded destructive power. They were like 18 green divine dragons stirring the space. What's that? What a terrifying aura. Plant monsters? In the forest, the 18 green vines broke the space. Countless Emperor realm demonic beasts, and Zhang Xiaochu saw them. When they saw the green vines, they were shocked. Their expressions turned solemn. However, they soon discovered something. The green vines didn't attack them. Instead, they attacked the countless Emperor Realm demonic beasts. Each green vine was comparable to a second tribulation half-true saint. Every time he attacked, a demonic Emperor Realm beast would be killed. This was a complete massacre. The Emperor Realm demonic beasts were like insects in front of the green vines. They were killed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 Emperor Realm demonic beasts were killed. The 18 green vines were equivalent to an expert with 18 arms. Moreover, each arm had the power of a second tribulation half-true saint. Captain's heavenly list value is soaring. That green vine monster belongs to Captain. Xiao Yanqing noticed that Lin Ye's heavenly list value was soaring, but he didn't make a move. Every time the green vine killed an Emperor-level demonic beast, Lin Ye's heavenly ranking points increased by 1 point. This discovery finally made him understand that the green vine monster was the captain's pet or helper. Otherwise, why would the green vine monster increase the captain's points on the heaven list after killing the monster? More importantly, the green vine didn't kill them. You're the monster. What made everyone almost fall over was that the green vine let out a clear and melodious voice. It was actually speaking human language. She was like a beautiful girl. In this situation, Zhang Xiaochu, Qian Wushu, and the others who were fighting were almost stunned by the green vine's voice. Fortunately, they reacted in time and avoided being seriously injured by the powerful Emperor-level demonic beast. Captain, this is too unfair. You have to leave some for us. Don't be too fast. Don't quarrel. If you want to quarrel, go to the side. That way, you won't have to do anything and we can kill more demonic beasts. Scram. Let's see who earns the most points on the heaven list today. The third prince and the others. Seeing the speed at which Qing Ming colored glaze killed the demonic beasts, they were all envious. The point was that Lin Yi didn't even have to do anything and his heaven list point soared. Seeing that the Emperor-level demonic beasts were falling one by one, they immediately became anxious. If all the demonic beasts were killed, they would have nothing to kill. So they shouted loudly. Lin Yi didn't say anything. Instead, he locked his divine sense on more than a dozen Third Tribulation Emperor-level demonic beasts. Although the Third Tribulation Emperor-level demonic beasts were not a disaster for Zhang Xiaochu and the others, they could only run away and kill them if they encountered them. Heavenly Emperor Fist, level 5. Heaven falls and earth rends. Just as the third prince and the others were quarreling, a Third Tribulation Emperor-level demonic beast crossed space and appeared in front of Zhuo Tianming. Its huge claws slapped towards Zhuo Tianming fiercely. The Third Tribulation Emperor-level demonic beast attacked with all its strength. Even a monstrous expert like Zhuo Tianming would definitely die if he was hit. Naturally, Zhuo Tianming had already noticed the arrival of the Third Tribulation Emperor-level demonic beast, but it was too late for him to dodge. He could only watch the Third Tribulation Emperor-level demonic beast's claws coming down. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The fist radiance pierced through space and descended with supreme emperor might. The Third Tribulation Emperor-level demonic beast was smashed into the soil by the fist, sinking 10 meters deep. All the bones of the Third Tribulation Emperor-level demonic beast were shattered. It couldn't be more dead. Strong. Zhuo Tianming glanced at Lin Yi, who was in the air, and simply said one word. Before they went into seclusion to cultivate, they had also seen Lin Yi use this divine stage martial technique. But the power at that time was definitely not as strong as it was now. This punch had reached a kind of extreme state. With one punch, it could destroy heaven and earth. He was confident that even if he resisted this punch with all his strength, he wouldn't be able to resist it. There was still a glimmer of hope if he reached the half-saint level. However, he had reached the half-saint level, and so had the captain. More importantly, this punch was only one of the captain's attacks. Rumble, rumble. In the forest, the earth-shattering battle roared. After a quarter of an hour, the earth quieted down. Lin Yi and the others landed from the sky and began to quickly collect the materials of the demonic beasts. Although they had reached the peak of the Transcendence golden body and were only one step away from the half-saint level, they generally didn't collect the materials of the demonic beasts. However, the demonic beasts they killed were all Emperor-level demonic beasts. The materials of Emperor-level demonic beasts were extremely precious. This was also a terrifying amount of wealth. They definitely couldn't throw away the spoils of war. Of course, what they collected were only the demonic cores, fur, and essence blood of the Emperor-level demonic beasts. They didn't care about the rest, and they couldn't put them away, even if each of them had hundreds of storage bags. You need to rest, Lin Yi asked. All the Emperor-level demonic beasts within 100 miles were killed. It was nothing to him, because he didn't fight much. Killing the third Tribulation Emperor-level demonic beast was just a matter of time. The rest of the Emperor-level demonic beasts were killed by the Azure Hellish Glaze. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaochu and the others all relied on themselves to fight. Every demonic beast they faced was a battle above their level. I don't need it. I don't need it either. The cultivation of the peak Transcendence golden body is indeed convenient. I feel that as long as it's not a third Tribulation Emperor-level demonic beast, it won't be a threat to me. I feel so good this time. I must fight to my heart's content today. Captain, let's continue. Yi Tianxing and the others all shook their heads, indicating that they didn't need to rest. Even the only girl in the team, Zhuge Ling, said that she didn't need to rest. Zhuge Ling was the only girl in the god-battling team. She was dressed in a light white dress and had a beautiful figure. However, she was wearing a veil, so her face couldn't be seen clearly. Or rather, in the entire god-battling team, only Lin Yi could see Zhuge Ling's face clearly. It was not because he was powerful, nor was it because his divine mind was terrifying. It was because Zhuge Ling was cultivating in the ninefold space. He was the master of the ninefold space. Even Zhuge Ling's veil couldn't hide her face. Therefore, he knew Zhuge Ling's face. She wasn't devastatingly beautiful, but she was still a one-in-a-million beauty. She was petite and delicate. Chapter 295. Okay, let's continue. Lin Yi nodded and stretched out his hand. The green darkness glaze turned into a blade of grass and landed on Lin Yi's shoulder. Everyone looked at the green darkness glaze curiously. What made them want to vomit blood was that the green darkness glaze emitted a silver-white light that enveloped it. Zhang Xiaochu and the others could no longer see it. They could only see a faint white light on Lin Yi's shoulder. Next, Lai Tianyu led the way. They headed towards the depths of the dark forest. Along the way, there were only battles. For the entire night, the 15 of them fought without any rest. The battle only stopped when dawn came. After the crazy battle, they were finally exhausted and needed to rest. Moreover, they were already 15,000 miles deep into the dark forest. They were at most 2,000 to 3,000 miles away from the altar. What they encountered were groups of Emperor Realm demonic beasts. The Emperor Realm demonic beasts were getting stronger and stronger. In the last battle, 2 Emperor Realm demonic beasts appeared. Zhuge Ling suffered a little because of this. Fortunately, Lin Yi noticed it and used the space imprisonment to kill the Emperor Realm demonic beasts. Zhuge Ling didn't suffer any serious injuries. When we go back this time, we will think of a way to cross the tribulation. Only by becoming a half-true saint can we display more strength. Qian Wuxiu said. Everyone was at the peak of the Transcendence golden body. Although they were strong enough to fight Emperor Realm demonic beasts, and their strength was comparable to the first or second tribulation half-true saints, their realm limited them. The difference in realm limited their talent and strength. Are you sure you can cross the first tribulation? Zhang Xiaochu looked at Qian Wuxiu and asked enviously. Since they dared to break through to the half-true saint realm, they had to be prepared to face the tribulation. Everyone present was a famous peerless expert. Moreover, they were still young. If they didn't have a certain degree of confidence, they wouldn't take the risk to cross the tribulation. If they hadn't reached the half-true saint realm yet, it was normal to take the risk. They were only 30 to 40 years old. There was still more than 100 years before the end of their lives. Naturally, they weren't in a hurry to break through to the half-true saint realm. My Qian family has a kind of body refining technique. It strengthens the physique and can effectively resist the tribulation, Qian Wuxiu said. Although the Qian family was not a super family, they were still a fourth-rank family. They were powerful and had a deep foundation. It was normal for them to have powerful body refining techniques. In the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda, there's a 9 cauldrons god suppression. I could take a look at it when the time comes. Lin Yi said. The protector had told him that. He hadn't been to the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda, so he didn't know whether the 9 cauldrons suppressing god was a cultivation technique or a martial skill. However, from the protector's words, he was sure that the 9 cauldrons suppressing god was suitable for transcending tribulations and resisting divine tribulations. I've heard of it. The 9 cauldrons god suppression is a heaven-defying, offensive martial skill. It is also a defensive martial skill with destructive power. It is placed on the 7th floor of the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda. However, purchasing the 9 cauldrons god suppression requires 500,000 heaven list points. The heavenly ranking is enough to intimidate 90% of the experts. Zhou Baiyu smiled bitterly. The 9 cauldrons suppressing gods was indeed powerful. It could be said that it was the most ideal martial skill in the hearts of countless experts. However, the terrifying heaven ranking points were daunting, and not many people were able to obtain the 9 cauldrons suppressing gods. 500,000 heaven list points. Most of the monstrous experts wouldn't be able to reach 500,000 heaven list points in the 3 years they spent in the Great Xiao World ruins. 500,000 heaven list points is very difficult for others. Is it difficult for us? Lin Ye's lips curled into a smile. Last night, they had earned more than 3,000 heaven list points. If this continued, as long as they were careful, it wouldn't be difficult to earn 100,000 heaven list points in a month. As their strength increased, 500,000 heaven list points wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, they had 3 years in the Great Xiao World. They would only leave after 3 years. It's not difficult. It's not difficult. Hearing Lin Ye's words, everyone answered. As long as they worked hard, it was indeed not difficult. This was because they had the capital to work hard. As for the other experts, even if they were monstrous, they weren't as crazy as them. More importantly, they didn't have such a united brother. Not all the captains were called Lin Yi. Little Ling, how are you? Lin Yi looked at Zhuge Ling and asked, Captain, I'm fine. It's just a small injury. Zhuge Ling smiled. This injury wouldn't affect her battle. She just needed to rest a little. All right, get ready to fight. Can you tell us the situation? After asking Zhuge Ling, Lin Yi looked at Lai Tenyu. Now, they weren't far from the deepest part of the dark forest. Lai Tenyu was very familiar with the place. If they could reach the altar this time, it would be good. Even if they couldn't reach the altar, they would be able to kill countless Emperor-level monsters. I'm pretty sure. We're about 3,000 miles away from the altar. Now, we're in the deepest part of the dark forest. However, I don't think we've reached the center. I don't know where the center is. If we continue to move forward, we'll be attacked by Emperor-level monsters. There are Emperor-level monsters around the altar. The only thing they don't dare to get close to is the altar. Therefore, in the entire dark forest, the altar is the safest place. Lai Tenyu fell into deep thought. After a long time, he began to talk about the situation in the dark forest. However, he didn't know much because he had just escaped from the altar. He had been very careful along the way and didn't pay attention to anything else. Starting now, everyone, suppress your breath and move forward. Avoid them if you can. If you can't, kill them with one blow. Don't make any noise that will attract the attention of other monsters. Our goal now is not the heaven list, but the altar. Lin Yi thought for a while and said his idea. After that, he looked at Zhang Xiaochu and the others. Understood. Everyone nodded. After making the decision, they began to move forward carefully. Zhuge Ling's injury wasn't serious, so it didn't affect her movement. Normally, it would only take them 2 hours to travel 3,000 miles. However, It took them 3 days to travel here. During these 3 days, they avoided all the powerful Emperor-level monsters and didn't fight a single battle. Finally, the group came to a stop 100 miles away from the altar. They had to stop because there was a dense crowd of powerful Emperor-level monsters in front of them. Most of these monsters were in the second tribulation or the third tribulation. There were even many in the fourth tribulation or the fifth tribulation. Lin Yi and the others stood on a high place and roughly estimated. There were millions of Emperor-level monsters around the altar. Moreover, there were countless monsters within 2,000 miles of the altar. This was the gathering center of monsters. Not to mention that they were in the celestial being realm. Even half-saints didn't dare to set foot here. Chapter 296. Hush, looking at the densely packed demonic beasts, everyone was shocked. They were all Emperor-level demonic beasts. Did they have to pass through these demonic beasts to reach the sacrificial altar? Was this a joke? If we fly, we'll die faster. Most of these demonic beasts are flying demonic beasts. They are definitely the kings of the sky. The only way is to hide our aura and crawl over carefully. The premise is that we can't be discovered by the demonic beasts. Yang Yinshun smiled bitterly. It was indeed possible to crawl over, but how could they crawl over 50 kilometers? Moreover, there were so many Emperor-level demonic beasts outside the sacrificial altar. It was undoubtedly impossible not to attract their attention. I have an invisibility jade token, but each invisibility jade token can only be used 3 times. Shuefeng said. As he spoke, he took out an invisibility jade token from his storage bag. However, this invisibility jade token could only be used 3 times. After that, it would be broken. 3 times is not enough. Zhang Xiaochu said. Indeed, 3 times was not enough. Even if they were fast, it would still take them some time. During this period, they would definitely be discovered by the demonic beasts. As long as they were discovered, they would be attacked by the demonic beasts. By then, even if they were invisible, the attacks would still land and beat them back to their original form. We can only use it one more time. Give me the invisibility jade token. I'll take you there. Lin Yi opened his slightly closed eyes. He said to Shuefeng. Shuefeng only had more than 20 invisibility jade tokens. Each of them could get one. Obviously, one jade token couldn't cover 50 kilometers. Now, Lin Yi could only take them there alone. He gathered all the jade tokens on him. Captain, Qian Wexiu shouted. What's wrong? Lin Yi looked at Qian Wexiu. It's still unknown whether the sacrificial altar can be opened or not. I don't know whether it's worthwhile to waste one treasure. Qian Wexiu expressed his doubt. Additionally, in his opinion, if something happened to the sacrificial altar, he would have to waste one more treasure. That treasure could play an incredible role in the Tower of Time. It was really not worthwhile to waste it. The main reason was that he didn't know whether the sacrificial altar could be opened or not. Even if he opened it, would he be able to find any treasures or opportunities inside? I know some array patterns. If we don't go and take a look, how will we know if it can be opened? Lin Yi smiled. He knew that Thousand Dance Cultivator was thinking for him. After all, they had heard from Lin Yi that the treasure could only be used 3 times. If there was no harvest, then it would be a huge waste. They naturally did not know that Lin Yi's treasure was not a one-time use treasure, but a heaven-defying spatial treasure. Then we'll listen to the captain. Qian Wuxiu insisted and didn't say anything else. The others nodded in agreement with Lin Yi's idea. Then, Shuefeng handed the 22 invisibility jade talismans to Lin Yi. Lin Yi summoned all of them back into the 9-fold space. After doing all this, his figure flashed and he flew towards the altar. However, he did not dare to fly in the air. If he did, he would become a target for countless demonic beasts. It would undoubtedly be courting death. On the ground, no matter what, it was impossible for all the demonic beasts to attack at once. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh. There was a subtle sound of something breaking through the air. Lin Yi moved forward at the fastest speed possible. In less than half an hour, he came into close contact with the demonic beasts. The demonic beasts discovered him. However, at the moment when the demonic beast discovered him, Lin Yi had already activated the invisibility jade talisman. His whole person disappeared into thin air. The demonic beasts were obviously stunned. There was confusion and doubt in their eyes. It would never have thought that this human was right in front of it. It was just that it couldn't see him. The effect of the invisibility jade talisman appeared. Lin Yi took a deep breath. Then, he moved forward carefully. He checked whether his invisibility effect had disappeared at any time. Time passed by minute. Lin Yi walked through the dense, demonic beasts. It took him a full 6 hours to cover the distance of 100 miles. Finally, Lin Yi came to 500 meters away from the altar. Seeing the altar, Lin Yi's face revealed an excited smile. He hurriedly communicated with Biluo with his divine consciousness. "Help me take a look at this altar." Lin Yi was invisible beside a huge demonic beast. He didn't dare to make the slightest movement. His whole person was like a stone. However, he was communicating with Biluo in his sea of consciousness. "Ancient holy array. I'm afraid you can't open it." Biluo observed for a while and then said, "This altar was an ancient holy altar. With Lin Yi's current strength, he couldn't open it at all." "Is there no way?" Lin Yi asked unwillingly. It was not easy to come here. If he returned empty-handed, he was really unwilling. "There is." Biluo didn't hesitate and directly said that there was a way. "What is it?" Lin Yi was stunned and suddenly became happy. As long as there was a way, it was worth a try. He couldn't just go back like this. Then, he asked Biluo if there was any way. There was no time to lose. The sooner he opened the altar, the better. Sacrifice the blood essence of these emperor-level demonic beasts to heaven. Mobilize the power of heaven and earth. I'll use the power of the blood sacrifice to open the altar. Biluo said seriously. To put it bluntly, Lin Yi's cultivation was too low. If he used her power, Lin Yi couldn't bear it at all. If he didn't use her power, Lin Yi couldn't open the altar. However, if she did not rely on Lin Yi, she would not be able to activate the altar. Of course, in addition to the blood sacrifice to heaven, there was another way, and that was to let Lin Yi break through to the semi-sage realm. After reaching the semi-sage realm, Lin Yi would be more powerful and could use her power to open the altar. At present, he could only use the blood sacrifice to heaven. "How much do you need? Do you know what this altar is used for?" Hearing Biluo's words, Lin Yi couldn't help but be shocked. The blood sacrifice to heaven must be a terrifying amount of blood essence. Also, he wanted to know what was under the altar. Even if he didn't know what was inside, he at least wanted to know if this altar was a seal to suppress evil. If he worked hard to open the seal and release the demon, he would cry to death. "Wait a moment," Biluo said. Lin Yi knew that Biluo was observing the altar. He waited for a full 15 minutes. Biluo was more or less sure. There are 7 array cores. This is an ancient sacred array. The sealing method is very ancient. Moreover, according to my estimation, there are at least 8 such altars. The 8 altars are related to each other. The moment the 9 altars are activated, there will be a shocking change. Although the seal is from ancient times, and the passage of time has loosened the seal, to open this altar, you need at least 3 million blood essence of demonic beasts. The purer the blood essence, the better. Biluo said with certainty. Her tone showed that she was also interested in the altar. If there is a sacred array seal in ancient times, it must be extraordinary. 3 million blood essence of demonic beasts. Lin Yi was shocked. 3 million blood essence of demonic beasts meant that he had to kill 3 million demonic beasts. How long would it take for him to do it alone? Chapter 297. After confirming, Lin Yi's figure flashed. A terrifying aura erupted, and his figure was exposed to the sight of the beasts. Roar! The roar shook the sky. The beasts were extremely angry and wanted to tear Lin Yi apart. However, the moment they discovered Lin Yi's figure had already disappeared. When he reappeared, He had already entered the altar. Buzz. On the altar, a ray of light burst out. The light enveloped the entire altar. The violent and angry beasts stopped abruptly at the edge of the altar. Their blood-red eyes made people's hearts palpitate. On the altar, after confirming that the beasts did not dare to come over, Lin Yi relaxed a little. If the beast could come over, even if he was 10 times or 100 times stronger, he would disappear in an instant. Of course, it was impossible for him to disappear, because the outcome was even more miserable than vanishing into thin air. They would be treated as a delicious meal by these powerful demonic beasts, and they would end up without a corpse remaining. They would truly die without a burial ground. His divine thought moved. The Kong family's gate opened. Zhang Xiaochu and the others appeared in front of Lin Yi. As soon as they came out, they found that they were surrounded by terrifying emperor-level beasts. Everyone was scared silly. With so many emperor-level beasts surrounding them, how could they survive? Fortunately, they soon found that these beasts did not dare to come over. "Captain, you did it," the third prince said. He was extremely surprised. He didn't have much hope, but he didn't expect that Lin Yi really did it. He brought all of them to the altar, and the beasts could only stare from a distance. "Let me tell you the situation first. This altar is very difficult to open," Lin Yi said. He looked at Zhang Xiaochu and the others. Hearing Lin Ye's words, they were silent, but soon accepted the reality. "Captain, should we go back now? Or we can fight here," Lai Tenyu said. He was more familiar with this place. The last time he was trapped here for 3 days, he knew this place like the back of his hand. Although he couldn't open the altar now, he could rely on the geographical advantage here to hunt beasts. It is indeed an excellent place. There are endless demonic beasts. If you're tired, you can hide inside. However, there are only 3rd or 4th tribulation demonic beasts here. If we lure those 8th or 9th tribulation demonic beasts here, we won't be able to kill them even if they can't do anything to us. This place is basically filled with 3rd or 4th tribulation demonic beasts. 8th or 9th tribulation demonic beasts are rare. They should be further away or in the center. For a moment, more than a dozen people began to discuss. Everyone was eager to give it a try, wanted to hunt demonic beasts here. Activate the altar. There is a way. Lin Yi waited for Zhang Xiaochu and the others to finish before he spoke. "Captain, what's the plan?" Lai Tenyu looked at Lin Yi curiously. His eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. The others also looked at Lin Yi at this moment. If there was really a way to open the altar, they might be able to enter and obtain some opportunities. Blood sacrifice to the heavens. 3 million demonic beast blood essence. Lin Yi said seriously. How terrifying was the blood essence of 3 million demonic beasts? There were more than 3 million demonic beasts around the altar. Moreover, the closer they were to the center of the dark forest, the more demonic beasts there were, and the stronger they were. However, it was not easy to hunt these demonic beasts. 3 million. 3 million. When everyone heard Lin Ye's words, they were shocked by the number of 3 million demonic beasts. 3 million demonic beasts were terrifying to even think about. 3 million demonic beasts here are all 3rd or 4th tribulation demonic beasts. There are also 5th tribulation emperor-level demonic beasts. That's too difficult. If we really kill 3 million emperor-level demonic beasts, and each demonic beast is worth 2 points on the heaven list, that's 6 million points. That's too shocking. If one person fights nonstop every day, he can kill 2,000 demonic beasts. That's 30,000 points a day. It will take him 100 days to kill 3 million demonic beasts. Look carefully. All the demonic beasts here are 3rd or 4th tribulation demonic beasts. The sound of discussion was incessant. The dozen people were discussing intensely. They all wanted to kill demonic beasts to earn heaven list points and activate the altar. However, it was too difficult. "Let's work together. 2 people in a team. I'll hold the line. We'll take turns to rest and fight." "It's an endless battle," Lin Yi said. All of them had a Sky Realm golden body and were only a step away from the half-true Saint Realm. In other words, They were only one tribulation away from the half-true saint realm. Their strength was comparable to a first tribulation half-true saint. If they fought, they could kill a second tribulation half-true saint. They might be able to fight against a third tribulation half-true saint, but they didn't have much confidence in killing a third tribulation half-true saint. Right now, all the Emperor-level demonic beasts they were facing were third or fourth tribulation demonic beasts. Moreover, they were densely packed. Not to mention killing them, they had to be careful even if they could survive. Let's give it a try. Don't we want to earn heaven list points to become stronger? Now that the opportunity is right in front of us, we can't give it up. Otherwise, we'll become a joke. I'll join forces with Xiaochu. Tianyu, let's join forces. Wang Zhe, Xiao Yanqing, will join forces with you. Captain is the only one left. Captain is strong. He's stronger than all of us combined. Even if we all join forces, we won't be able to compete with his green vine. We should focus on ourselves. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement with Lin Ye's plan. Although it was difficult, it didn't back down. After cultivating in seclusion for 14 years, they had finally become stronger. In order to fight, they didn't even rest. They came to the Dark Forest to find demonic beasts to earn heaven list points. Now that they have finally found countless demonic beasts, they naturally couldn't retreat. After they were ready, the long and endless battle had begun. Among the 15 people, only Lin Yi didn't make a move. The others formed small teams of 2 and fought against the demonic beast together. One was the main attacker, while the other was the support. When they encountered danger, they would hide in the altar at the first moment. They killed the demonic beasts and collected their materials at the same time. They collected their blood essence and stored it together to sacrifice it to the heavens. Half a day passed. Finally, someone couldn't bear it anymore and had to enter the altar to rest. However, while they were resting, Lin Ye's divine thought moved, and the azure glaze appeared in front of him. Suddenly, the azure glaze erupted with earth-shattering power. It turned into 18 green vines and attacked the demonic beasts. Rumble, rumble, the demonic beasts fell one by one. Lin Yi floated in the air. From time to time, he would point his finger. From time to time, he would punch out. From time to time, he would crush the demonic beasts. From time to time, he would crush the demonic beasts. Every time he attacked, a powerful Emperor-level demonic beast would die. Whether it was a 3 tribulation Emperor-level demonic beast or a 4 tribulation Emperor-level demonic beast, they couldn't escape the fate of being killed in one blow. For a moment, Zhang Xiaochu and the others were stunned. They also understood how strong Lin Yi was. Compared with Lin Yi, they were on a completely different level. They were in the same realm. Lin Yi killed the 3 tribulation and 4 tribulation demonic beasts easily. Chapter 298. 2 hours later, Zhang Xiaochu and the others recovered. The battle continued. At this time, Lin Yi returned to the altar, and the Qingming Li also stopped. However, the Qingming Li did not go to the 9-fold space to cultivate. Instead, it kept devouring the demonic aura of the beasts. They took turns to fight and rest. Around the altar, the battle never stopped. Time passed day by day. On the altar, there was a pool with a sealing array, which contained the blood essence of countless beasts. Each beast had a pot of blood essence, which contained unparalleled power. Finally, on the 69th day, 9 of the pools formed by the sealing formation were filled with water. The total number of demonic beasts killed by Lin Yi and the others had reached 3. 3 million. The battle finally stopped. After constant life-and-death battles, Zhang Xiaochu and the others had all reached the critical point of the Transcendence Golden Body. Their strength had reached a terrifying level. Now, even if they faced a 3 tribulation Emperor-level beast alone, they could easily kill it. Fighting made them stronger. Seeing their heaven list points increasing, they were all very excited. After more than 2 months of constant fighting, everyone's heaven list points had accumulated to more than 1 million. The one with the most points was naturally Lin Yi. In 2 months and 9 days, Lin Ye's heaven list points reached 278 million. His heaven list points were twice as many as the others. There was a gap between the heaven list points of the others, but the gap was not big. Qian Wuxiu, among the team members, had the most heaven list points. Her heaven list points were 1,510,000. The one with the least was Lin Yang, whose heaven list points were 139,000. In the first half of the month, on the last day of the month, the victory team all entered the top 100 of the world's heaven list. Lin Yi even reached the 6th place, and Nangong Xie reached the 3rd place. On the last day of the second month, the victory team all entered the top 50. Lin Yi ranked 4th, and Nangong Xie ranked 2nd. This month was 5 days away. However, Lin Ye's heaven list points had reached 149,000 this month. World Spirit. What's the world's heaven list ranking now? Everyone retreated to the altar. Lin Yi spoke, summoning the world spirit. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared, and golden words flickered in the air. This was the world spirit. When the world spirit appeared, it asked about the heaven ranking list rankings and the number of points on the heaven ranking list. This is the ranking of the top 1,000 in the world. The final ranking will be in the last 2 hours of the last day of the month. Countless tiny golden words appeared on the world spirit. The small print recorded the current ranking and value of the heaven list. Lin Yi, 1st place, heaven ranking points, 1490,000. Nangong Xie, 2nd place, heavenly ranking points, 1410,000. Ruolan Yu, 3rd, heaven ranking, 126,000 points. Mu Jili, 4th, heavenly ranking, 870,000 points. Qian Wuxiu, 13th, 680,000 points on the heaven ranking. Zhang Xiaochu, 14th, heaven ranking, 670,000 points. Yang Yinshun, 15th, 668,000 points on the heaven list. Lin Yi, Zhang Xiaochu, and the others all stared at the heaven ranking list displayed on the world spirit. When they saw the temporary ranking of the heaven ranking list, they were all extremely excited. Something that they didn't even dare to dream of was achieved in just 3 months. Lin Yang, who was ranked the lowest, was also ranked 39th. He successfully entered the top 40. What made them feel regretful was that if the amplitude was 1 or 1, 2, their heaven ranking points would be higher and their ranking would be higher. However, this ranking didn't include the amplitude value. Only the last 2 hours of the month's heaven ranking list would include the amplitude value. At that time, their ranking would definitely drop a little, because the others had the amplitude value. Captain is 1st, steady as a rock. We don't have the amplitude value. His Royal Highness the 3rd Prince said. Lin Ye's amplitude value is 2. 4. In the world of Great Xia, no one could surpass him. When Lin Ye's amplitude value was added, the final number of the heaven ranking list would be even more shocking. Someone who can threaten our captain. Only Captain's senior sister, Nangong Xie. Ruolan Yu can pose a little threat to Captain. Zhuge Ling said. The top 3 of the heaven ranking list were all in the millions. The one who could threaten Lin Ye's throne the most was Nangong Xie. This was because Nangong Xie reached the 12th floor in her first challenge of the Tiny Spirit Tower, 2 floors lower than Lin Yi. Whether it was the heaven ranking or amplitude value, the difference between her and Lin Yi wasn't that big. The main thing was that Lin Yi couldn't return and couldn't challenge the Tiny Spirit Tower. On the other hand, Nangong Xie could challenge the Tiny Spirit Tower. For someone as heaven-defying as Nangong Xie, the chances of passing the Tiny Spirit Tower were very high. Captain, we are now trying to break through the heaven ranking list. Or are you preparing to sacrifice blood to the heavens? Shuefeng asked. Although they had already prepared all the blood, there were still 5 days until the end of the month. They all wanted to break through the heaven ranking list in the last 5 days and stabilize it. The higher the ranking, the more honor points. You guys continue. I'm preparing to sacrifice to the heavens. Lin Yi opened his mouth and said. After saying that, He closed his eyes and communicated with Biluo with his divine sense to prepare for the blood sacrifice to the heavens. However, the green darkness-colored glaze didn't stay idle. 18 green vines stirred the space and helped Lin Yi kill Emperor-class demonic beasts. Zhang Xiaochu and the rest were already numb to it, or perhaps they were already used to it. They understood that even if Lin Yi were to lie down and sleep, no one in the heaven ranking list would be able to shake him. Next, Lin Yi busied himself and began to arrange according to Biluo's instructions. In other words, Biluo was borrowing his power to arrange the array for the blood sacrifice to the heavens. That human is too monstrous. The 14th floor of the tiny spirit tower, and he entered the top 10 in the second month. Now he's in the first place. It seems like his first place is in the bag. What's even more puzzling is that his followers have all entered the top 50. Among the top 30, 10 of them are his followers. This is too terrifying. Lin Yi, the monstrous genius of the Tianyang Empire, one of the 10 team leaders. His team is too terrifying. Why didn't I choose to follow him? If I were to follow him, my name would be in the top 50 of the heaven ranking list. But now I'm not even in the top 1,000. Their heaven ranking list value is still rising. Even without the amplitude value, no one can shake their ranking. How did that group of trash become so powerful? They must have cheated. As time passed, it was the last day of the month again. Countless monstrous experts returned to Tiny Spirit City. Looking at the names of the victorious team members on the heaven ranking list, countless experts were envious. They couldn't figure out why Lin Ye's team was so terrifying. In just 3 months, all of them had entered the top 50 of the heaven ranking list. If this continued, half of the top 10 of the heaven ranking list would belong to him. In the past 2 months, the hottest topic. It was about Lin Yi and his team members. It was because they were too dazzling. In such a short time, they had surpassed 99% of the people and reached the highest ranking in the heaven ranking list. Moreover, his team's ranking was very close. They were obviously geniuses that were looked down upon by the other team leaders, but in the end, they were the strongest. Tianyang Empire, 10 teams. Chapter 299. At the end of the 4th month after entering the Great Xiao World ruins, the last 2 hours, countless powerhouses stared at the changes in the world's heaven list. No matter how the heaven list changed, there were 4 names that never changed. Those were the top 4. First place was Lin Yi. Second place was Nangong Xie. Third place was Ruo Lanyu. And 4th place was Mu Zhili. These 4 people's heaven list points exceeded 1 million. And their amplitude values were also the highest. As time passed by, the world's heaven list changed once. This was due to the amplitude value. With amplitude value, the heaven list points would increase, and the ranking would increase. Without amplitude value, there would be no increase, and the ranking would drop. World's heaven list ranking. First place, Lin Yi, amplitude value 2. 4. Heaven list points, 388,8000 points. Second place, Nangong Xie, amplitude value 2. 5. Heaven list points, 365,000 points. Third place, Ruo Lanyu, amplitude value 1. 9. Heaven list points, 247,000 points. Fourth place, Mu Zhili, amplitude value 1. 7. Heaven list points, 147,000 points. 10th place, Qianwu Xiu, amplitude value 1. 1. Heaven list points, 728,000 points. 11th place, the world's heaven list's ranking was fixed. The top 20's heaven list points made people crazy with envy. Because the top 20's heaven list points were all above 500,000. 500,000 heaven list points. This number was something that 90% of the monstrous powerhouses couldn't reach in 3 years. And the top 20 of the world's heaven list was reached in just 1 month. The most crazy thing was, naturally, it was the top 4, especially the first and second place. The 2's heaven list points reached more than 3 million, close to 4 million. The total value of the top 10's heaven list points was equivalent to the total value of the world's monstrous heaven list points. That Qian Wuxiu and Zhang Xiaochu, what a pity. Their amplitude value is only 1. 1. If their amplitude value reaches 1. 5, they would definitely be in the top 10. They shouldn't be back yet, and won't have the chance to challenge the tiny spirit tower. Next month, I'm really curious to what level they can reach. Crazy, this is crazy. That Lin Yi and that Nangong Xie have 3 to 4 million heaven ranking points. They won't even be able to use them all up. After looking at the rankings and points of the heaven leaderboard, countless experts discussed endlessly. Most of them were envious and jealous. If the heaven leaderboard points could be snatched, they really wanted to snatch the top 3 heaven leaderboard points. However, this was just a thought. If they could really snatch it, they wouldn't be able to. They didn't even dare to think about snatching it. The world heaven ranking has ended. Thank you, Captain. At night in the dark forest, the roars of the demonic beasts never stopped. But the altar, it was incomparably quiet. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to see that the altar was surrounded by densely packed Emperor-level demon beasts. Even though more than 3 million Emperor-level demon beasts had been killed, it was still a drop in the ocean compared to the endless number of demon beasts. The densely packed demonic beasts were like a pitch-black ocean, spreading to the horizon. On the altar in the center of the densely packed demonic beasts, 15 people gathered together. At this moment, all the preparations for the blood essence sacrifice were ready. They could start the sacrifice at any time and open the altar. However, Lin Yi didn't start immediately. Instead, he waited for Zhang Xiaochu and the others to summon the world spirit to finish reading the world heaven leaderboard. Qian Wuxiu and the others were extremely excited when they saw their final rankings and heaven leaderboard points. They were extremely grateful to Lin Yi. If it weren't for Lin Yi leading them, they wouldn't even be able to enter the world heaven leaderboard like the other monstrous experts. Or they would have been eaten by the demon beasts long ago. This is the result of your own efforts. Lin Yi smiled slightly. He was just a guide. They still had to rely on themselves to become stronger. After saying that, Lin Yi looked at his ID crystal to check the heaven leaderboard points and honor points, as well as the rewards on the world heaven leaderboard. Heaven leaderboard points, a total of 7. 51 million. Additional honor points, a ratio of 1,000. 1. Honor points, a total of 4,901 points. 8 days of free cultivation on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. 4 free entries into the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda. Looking at the rewards on the ID crystal, Lin Yi revealed a smile. 7. 51 million heaven leaderboard points for 1,900 honor points. This was the result of 3 months of hard work. As for the 8 days of free cultivation on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time and the 4 free entries into the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda, it was no longer important to him. Because he had heaven leaderboard points, he didn't care about this little bit. Let's all rest. We'll worship the heavens tomorrow. In the wee hours of the morning, Zhang Xiaochu and the others were still chatting and laughing. Lin Yi reminded them. After saying that, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. For the strong, the best rest was cultivation, especially after a battle where they had overexerted themselves. Cultivation could not only recover their vital essence, but also their physical strength and spirit. It could be said that it was the best way to rest. Okay. Hearing Lin Ye's words, they stopped talking. They prepared to rest and recover their spirit so that they could welcome the worship of the heavens tomorrow in peak condition. The biggest expectation in their hearts was to wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow would be the most crucial day. If they couldn't open the altar, they would have to think of a way to leave or continue to fight for the heaven leaderboard points. After a while, everyone entered the state of cultivation. Outside, it was a sea of monsters. There were millions of monsters. Time passed by minute. In the cold morning, everyone on the altar felt their blood boiling. They had been waiting for this moment for more than 2 months. After fighting for more than 2 months, it was finally the most crucial moment. The worship of the heavens might attract a heavenly tribulation. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation will attract a divine tribulation. Those who are confident in surviving the divine tribulation, you might as well give it a try. If not, don't try it. Think about it carefully and don't be rash. Lin Yi said seriously. After saying that, they were given 2 hours to think about it. 2 hours later, Lin Yi began the worship of the heavens. Lin Yi waved his hands, and mysterious runes appeared from his hands. He kept chanting mysterious and obscure chants. Gradually, everything in the world changed color. In the void, there were bursts of thunder. As time passed, endless electric arcs flashed. Chi. At this moment, Lin Yi pointed 9 times in a row, and the mysterious runes landed on the blood essence. Suddenly, the thunder and electric arcs descended and merged with the blood essence. Boom! When the blood essence merged with the thunder and electric arcs, the blood essence burned. The blood essence rushed into the sky, and the void was torn apart by the blood force. Endless astral winds raged. At this moment, the heavens were angry. Endless heavenly tribulations descended. Every heavenly tribulation could destroy the world. The heavenly tribulations sensed the critical point of Zhang Xiaochu and the others' transcendence golden bodies on the altar. Suddenly, the divine tribulation descended. The power of the divine tribulation was not inferior to the heavenly tribulation. The power of more than 3 million monsters' blood essence was unparalleled. The heavenly tribulations and divine tribulations descended crazily. Zhang Xiaochu and the others were surrounded by the heavenly tribulations and divine tribulations. If they were not careful, they would die under the heavenly tribulations and divine tribulations. If it was just a divine tribulation, they would not die. But now, the worship of the heavens, the blood force, was extremely powerful, and the heavenly tribulations and divine tribulations were terrifying. Chapter 300. Zhang Xiaochu and the others did not hesitate at all and welcomed the divine tribulation at the same time. They were going to take the first step to become a half-saint and welcome the first divine tribulation of their lives. For a moment, all 14 of them were going through the divine tribulation, but they did not know that at this moment, Lin Yi was sitting cross-legged. However, in the void, a beautiful and cold shadow flashed quickly. It was a peerless goddess. If anyone saw it, they would definitely think it was the Jiuqian goddess, Di Chun. She was Biluo. She did not have a body. Now, she was exhausting herself to leave Lin Yi and help Lin Yi open the altar with the help of her blood force. Time passed by minute. The altar burst out with a shocking light. The unparalleled saint power was enough to crush any creature below the saint level into powder. Countless demonic beasts were turned into ashes at this moment. Lin Yi and the others were wrapped in the light on the altar and were not affected at all. Open the altar, but it can only last for 8 hours. Don't waste your energy. Before the 8 drops of blood of the great sage are completely integrated, you can't step on the path of a saint. You'd better hurry and refine the blood of the great sage. If you want to become a half-saint, you have to at least integrate the blood of the great sage that has refined the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Bai Luo was exhausted, and she was incomparably weak. It was the first time that Lin Yi saw Biluo so weak. He knew that in order to open the altar, she had exhausted herself. After that, she disappeared and returned to Lin Ye's sea of consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. Hearing Biluo's words, Lin Yi was stunned and then suddenly understood. No wonder he had always wanted to welcome the divine tribulation, but could not get it. Instead, all he got was the heavenly tribulation. Now that he thought about it, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Moreover, it was not difficult for him to think that Biluo was too weak because she had exhausted herself. Otherwise, she would have something to say to him about his divine tribulation. Forget it. Lin Yi did not make unnecessary efforts. He stopped thinking about the divine tribulation. Instead, it was to resist the heavenly tribulation and wait for Zhang Xiaochu and the others to pass their heavenly tribulation and become half-sages. Then, they would enter the altar as soon as possible. There was no time to waste. The altar would close once the 3 million plus demonic beasts' blood essence was burned. An hour later, Thousand Dance Cultivator was the first to complete her tribulation. She succeeded. He had successfully stepped onto the half-true saint's path, becoming a genuine first tribulation half-true saint. His body contained saintly might. At this moment, he was no longer a mortal. He had sublimated and transformed into a half-saint. His lifespan was 1 or 200 years longer than a mortal's. Next was Yang Yinshin. 2 hours later, all 14 of them had completed their tribulations. All of them had entered the first tribulation half-true saint realm. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. After successfully crossing the heavenly tribulation and the holy tribulation at the same time, his overall strength was much stronger than other half-saints. I've succeeded. I'm a half-saint. First tribulation half-true saint, haha. If that bastard Nangong Xinyu was still here, I would be able to crush him to death with one hand. The difference between a first tribulation half-true saint and a transcendence golden body in the heavenly realm is so huge. Now, in the Grand Xiao world, is there still a heavenly realm expert who could be my opponent? Yes, there is no heavenly realm expert who can be our opponent. Other than excitement, there is only excitement. It would be strange if they weren't excited after transforming from a mortal to a half-true saint. Feeling their strength, everyone was filled with pride. They were originally monstrous experts who stood at the peak of their realm. If they encountered other monstrous experts after reaching the half-true saint realm, as long as the other party hadn't reached the half-true saint realm, it was impossible for them to be their opponent. Captain, you didn't succeed? Captain didn't pass the tribulation. Captain is still in the heavenly realm. In their excitement, the third prince and the others looked at Lin Yi. Because Lin Yi was the only one who didn't speak. They were incomparably curious, but when they saw Lin Yi's cultivation, they couldn't help but be stunned. They were all half-true saints, but Lin Yi was still in the heavenly realm. This was a little illogical. Logically speaking, Lin Yi's chances of becoming a half-true saint were higher than theirs. However, they had all become half-true saints, but Lin Yi hadn't. I haven't reached the limit yet. I couldn't accept the divine tribulation, but I was bombarded by the heavenly tribulation. Lin Yi smiled and looked relaxed. He spoke of the reason why he hadn't become a half-true saint. However, he didn't elaborate, just saying that he hadn't reached the limit of the heavenly realm. I see. By the way, Zhou Baiyu, didn't you just say that no one in the heavenly realm can be your opponent? Captain is still in the heavenly realm. Do you want to try and let us see how much stronger you are after becoming a half-true saint? Xuefeng and the others suddenly understood. Suddenly, Xuefeng looked at Zhou Baiyu and said. After that, he couldn't help but laugh. The others were stunned, but when they came to their senses, they also laughed. Get lost. You seem to have said that too. Captain's strength can't be measured by realm. Zhou Baiyu couldn't wait to beat Xuefeng up. In the world of the Great Xia, there were indeed few heavenly beings who could be his opponent. However, before he said that, he didn't know that Lin Yi was still in the heavenly realm. If he had known that Lin Yi was still in the heavenly realm, he wouldn't have said that even if he was beaten to death. If he compared himself with Lin Yi, he would be courting death. Even if he had reached the half-true saint, he wasn't confident that he could fight with Lin Yi. We have 6 hours left. To be precise, we only have 5.5 hours left. The altar will close in 6 hours. Lin Yi waved his hand to stop Zhang Xiaochu and the others from talking. Because now, they couldn't afford to waste a single second. They had to come back from under the altar in 5.5 hours, and then leave the altar. Otherwise, the altar would close, and those who entered would be suppressed under the altar forever. These demonic beasts will close after burning their blood essence? Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and go in. We can't waste time. Captain, are we going in now? Captain, what's your plan? Hearing Lin Yi's words, they were all stunned and then became anxious. 5.5 hours was too short. It was really unexpected that they only had so little time to open the altar. I haven't been to this altar. Maybe it's random inside. We'll have to split up. I only have one thing to tell you. Calculate the time and come back out within 5.5 hours. Otherwise, I can't save you. At that time, you'll be suppressed under the altar forever. Even if you see a peerless treasure, don't miss the time if you don't have a certain degree of certainty. Even if you don't want the treasure, you have to come back. Your life is the most important thing. After Lin Yi finished speaking, his figure flashed. Then, he entered the altar and disappeared. The others also followed into the altar. In just a few breaths of time, Lin Yi and the others had all disappeared under the light of the altar. On the altar, besides the sound of Shui Li, there was no other sound. Even the dense crowd of emperor-level demonic beasts around the altar became quiet. Chapter 301. On the altar, the power of blood was shocking. A magical light enveloped the altar. Lin Yi was the first to enter the altar. He was swept by the light and appeared in front of passage. The passageway was 10 meters wide and 5 meters high. The entire passageway seemed to be made of a whole piece of jade. There was not a single gap. The jade emitted a mysterious aura. Even if it had been sealed since ancient times, there was not the slightest bit of moisture here. It was like a palace that had always been inhabited. In front of the passage, there was a faint light. Alien race, exterminate. Demons, exterminate. Vampires, exterminate. When Lin Yi looked at the light, a stern warning came from the light. It was like a heavenly law that was deeply rooted in people's hearts. The voice was filled with deep hatred. Hatred for the alien race, demons, and vampires. When Lin Yi heard it, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, Zhang Xiaochu and the others also came to Lin Yi's side. When they heard the voice and the words that appeared in the light, they were all shocked and even had a trace of fear. Words from ancient times. This should be the civilization of the great Xiao world. It should be the civilization of the heavenly purification territory from ancient times. I never understood why it survived and coexisted with the current civilization since ancient times. The great Xiao world is the secret of the heavenly purification territory. When I was young, I saw a secret scroll about the Zhou family's ancestor in the ancient books of the Zhou family. That was the secret of the great Xiao world and the heavenly purification territory. Because the ancestor knew this secret, a part of his memory was mysteriously erased, and he fell into madness. When he died, he remembered a little and recorded it. After I saw it, my eye of wisdom was disabled. That part of my memory was erased invisibly. Standing beside Lin Yi, Zhang Xiaochu and the others whispered. On the other hand, Zhou Baiyu's expression changed. His expression was a little numb. Seeing this, everyone turned to look at him. Zhou Baiyu pondered for a moment and recounted his experience. Originally, he was the #1 genius of the Zhou clan. He had the eyes of wisdom, and he had a photographic memory. He could see through things that ordinary people could not see. More importantly, he could learn any martial skill with a single glance. However, he accidentally saw the secret of Zhou family's ancestor. His eye of wisdom was crippled. That part of it disappeared. Could it be that we've touched upon the secrets of the Grand Xia? The expression on Lin Yi's face became serious. He turned around, but there was no path behind him. Looking up, there was no way out. The only thing they could do was to stay where they were or move forward. Captain, what do we do now? The third prince's expression was unsightly. Zhou Baiyu had only seen a little bit of his ancestor's secret before losing his memories. His eye of wisdom was also crippled. Furthermore, he had only seen a little bit of his ancestor's secret. This secret was only slightly related to the secrets of the Grand Xia. But now, they had come into contact with the secrets of the Grand Xia. Then, wouldn't the outcome be even worse? There's nowhere to retreat. Between us, who is the outsider, demons, or the blood race? Withdraw, Lin Yi said seriously. Although he didn't fight against the outsider race, he had a grudge against the demons. As for the blood race, he wasn't sure. However, since the secrets of the Grand Xia were so hostile towards these three races, they must have a great hatred towards them. As a human, he would always remember the world that his ancestors had protected for his descendants. The bottom line of being a human was to not betray or betray his own race. Brothers were brothers. However, if his brothers were the blood race or the demons, then he could only place righteousness before family. After speaking, he walked towards the light. He firmly believed that the ancestors of the human race wouldn't harm their descendants. At most, it was a test. Moreover, there was no way out now. If they stayed here for too long, the altar would close. Then, they would be suppressed here forever. Hiss, 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 Lin Yi held his head high and walked into the light. Suddenly, there was a hissing sound in the light. Lin Yi only felt the light cleansing his blood. The blood in his body was cleansed by the light. He didn't stop but continued to walk forward. At the same time, Zhang Xiaochu and the others followed Lin Yi into the light. However, the moment they entered the light, all of them disappeared. Lin Yi suddenly understood what was going on. They must have been separated at random. If that wasn't the case, then it didn't mean that Zhang Xiaochu and the others were the outsider race, the demons, or the blood race. The Tianyang Empire was very strict with the inspection of the races. It was impossible for the outsider race to infiltrate the human race. Of course, the outsider race affiliated to the human race wasn't affected. Descendants of the human race. Among all of you, your bloodline is the purest. I hope you can walk to the end. That may not be what you need here. What we can give you is a responsibility that ordinary people can't fulfill. If you die, don't blame anyone. If you survive, you will bear the responsibility that you should bear. At this moment, an ancient voice appeared in the light. The voice was ancient and heavy. There was no pressure, no threat. However, the moment the voice fell, a golden page floated over from the light. The page was empty. It was like a flying immortal that came to Lin Yi. Lin Yi's entire body was imprisoned. He could only watch helplessly as the golden page came crashing down on him. All life and death were annihilated. His soul trembled. His whole body was in pain, as if it was going to vanish. The golden page integrated into his body, compatible with his bloodline, integrated with his entire body, and integrated with his consciousness. At this moment, Lin Yi was in between life and death. However, he couldn't do anything. The only thing he could do was to endure the pain and the integration of the golden page. He didn't know how long had passed. The pain disappeared. Lin Yi's mind was in a mess. After a while, he woke up. In his sea of consciousness, the golden page was spinning, emitting a mysterious aura. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that he was on the altar. He didn't know how he got on the altar, nor did he know when he got there. Everything was filled with doubts. However, in his memories, the moment the pain disappeared, he heard a voice. Whether or not the great Xia world can reappear in the world is no longer important. However, the sins that have buried the great Xia world must be sent to the Nine Heavens Court. The Heavenly Book is the final lifeline of the great Xia world. I hope that you will not disappoint me. Do not disappoint the people of the great Xia world. Do not disappoint the humans. Go. That weak voice was faintly in Lin Yi's memories. This was the voice that he heard after the pain. The voice seemed to be talking to himself, but it also seemed to be talking to him. Furthermore, the voice was familiar, because he had already heard this voice once when he entered the light. There were two voices, and they came from the same person. Chapter 302. Heavenly Book. What heavenly book? Who buried the Grand Xia world? Where is the Nine Heavens Court? Lin Yi muttered to himself. His mind was full of doubts. He didn't know any of this. Moreover, he didn't receive any hints. He could faintly sense that he had been caught up in the whirlpool of an enormous conspiracy. It was related to the secret of the Grand Xia that had sunk into the passage of time. The sinking of the Grand Xia was a conspiracy. Demons, blood race, other races couldn't escape from it. Whoosh, whoosh, just as Lin Yi was in a daze, two sounds of something breaking through the air rang out. Xiao Yanqing and Lin Yang appeared at the bottom of the altar. They returned to the top of the altar with an excited expression on their faces. Seeing that Lin Yang and Lin Yang had returned, Lin Yi hurriedly put away his emotions. There was a faint smile on his face. He had come into contact with a monstrous secret. He couldn't let a third person know. "How's the harvest?" Lin Yi asked with a smile. "Haha, I got a peerless 1,000-rune saint artifact and a saint-ranked martial skill." Lin Yang laughed loudly. This time, the harvest was not small. The main thing was that it was effortless to get the 1,000-rune saint artifact and saint-ranked martial skill. After he entered the Radiance, he was sent to an independent room where he obtained the 1,000-rune saint artifact and saint-ranked martial skill. When he wanted to go somewhere else, he was sent out. "Look at mine. 10,000 runes saint artifact. Ha ha. One of my treasures is better than two of yours. Are you jealous?" Xiao Yanqing laughed out loud. A palm-sized bow appeared in her hand, but there were no arrows. However, it didn't affect the bow at all, because it was a genuine 10,000 rune saint artifact. This bow was called the Mystic Kill Saint Bow. It didn't need to be seen. Instead, it used the owner's origin energy and domain as arrows. Within 100 miles, no arrow would miss. The power was earth-shattering. Even a ninth tribulation half-true saint would feel a chill in their heart if they were careless. "You just got lucky." The smile on Lin Yang's face froze. He couldn't wait to beat Xiao Yanqing up. However, he quickly recovered his mood. After all, his two treasures weren't inferior to Xiao Yanqing's. What's more, how could such a thing be compared? Later, Zhang Xiaochu and the others returned to the altar one by one. In less than 15 minutes, all of them returned. Lin Yi carefully examined the blood essence and blood force on the altar. There was not much difference between the time they entered the altar. In other words, they hadn't been in there for long, less than 15 minutes. Entering the altar this time, everyone had gained a lot. There were also those who obtained Saint-tier martial skills. There were also those who obtained precious pills. Some had obtained powerful 10,000 inscriptions sacred weapons. There were also some who obtained defensive treasures. There were also those who obtained holy array jade talismans. There were all kinds of treasures, which made people very excited. Lin Yi smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't obtain any treasures, but instead, he received troubles and responsibilities. Furthermore, he had to lie and say that he obtained a saint-tier martial skill. But he couldn't say it out loud. Just thinking about it made him feel depressed and speechless. What was going on? This trip, other than the heaven list points and honor points, he basically had nothing. The team members with him not only obtained heaven list points and honor points, but also became half-true saints and obtained treasures. He was the only one who had nothing. No one would believe him if he told them. "Captain, should we return to Tiny Spirit City or fight?" The third prince asked. Now that his cultivation had reached the first tribulation half-true saint realm, his strength was even more terrifying. If he fought, the power he displayed was more than 100 times stronger than when he was a heavenly being. "Kill." Lin Yi opened his mouth and only said one word. His entire depression was vented at this moment. After saying that, his figure flashed, and he charged towards the dense crowd of demonic beasts. The green darkness glaze also appeared at this moment. Suddenly, a shocking power erupted, and waves of demonic beasts roared continuously. Demonic beasts fell one after another. Lin Yi no longer restrained himself like before, and he continued to crush his powerful attacks. On the altar, the third prince and the others were shocked when they saw Lin Yi's actions. Because they had followed Lin Yi for a period of time, they had a rough understanding of Lin Yi's character. They did not expect Lin Yi to be so crazy today. He had entered a frenzied killing mode. However, they did not think too much about it. They thought that Lin Yi wanted to obtain more heaven list points this month. Then, they would return to Tiny Spirit City. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaochu and the others also joined the battle. As half-true saints, their strength had increased sharply. They no longer needed to team up to face the third and fourth tribulation emperor demonic beasts. Instead, it was a one-on-one battle. On the first day, Lin Yi obtained 100,000 heavenless points. On the second day, Lin Yi obtained 70,000 heavenless points. On the third day, Lin Yi obtained 80,000 heavenless points. Although the others were half-true saints, their strength was still a notch lower than Lin Yi. Moreover, Lin Yi had the help of the Azure Netherworld Glaze. One Azure Netherworld Glaze was equivalent to more than a dozen Second Tribulation half-true saints. The heavenly list points they obtained every day was about 30 to 40,000. Time passed day by day. 26 days had passed this month. On the 26th day, Lin Yi's heaven list points had reached 29 million. In this month, other than Lin Yi, Qian Wexiu was no longer the one with the highest heaven list points. Zhang Xiaochu had the highest heaven list points with 1 million, and Wang Zhe had the lowest heaven list points with 690,000. Let's return, Lin Yi said. He had already vented his depression and speechlessness. After going through crazy battles, his strength had become stronger. Counting the time, 26 days had passed, and it was time to return. Otherwise, they would not be able to rush back to Tiny Spirit City on the last day of the month, because everyone was going to challenge the Tiny Spirit Tower. Otherwise, it would really be a waste of heaven list points. With such high heaven list points, if they succeeded in challenging the Tiny Spirit Tower, they would have even more heaven list points in addition to the amplitude value. It was much more cost-effective than fighting and hunting beasts. All right, it's time to go back, Zhang Xiaochu said with a smile. The others nodded in agreement, as they all wanted to challenge the Tiny Spirit Tower. Subsequently, Lin Yi summoned them into the ninefold space and used the invisibility talisman to quickly pass through the sea of beasts. When he reached a safe area, he called Zhang Xiaochu and the rest out. After 3 days of flying, they finally rushed back to Tiny Spirit City. Looking at Tiny Spirit City, everyone felt a sense of homecoming. They had left more than 3 months ago. They only returned today after more than 3 months, which made them feel emotional. However, in these 3 months, their harvest was terrifying and their efforts and struggles were not in vain. Lin Yi and the rest. I finally see the main characters. What a powerful aura. They have all reached the Sage-to-Be level. They are all in the top 50 of the World Heaven list. It seems that they're going to challenge the Tiny Spirit Tower this time and aim for a higher Heaven list ranking. I'm really looking forward to it, although I'm not on the World Heaven list. The appearance of Lin Yi and the rest shocked countless experts in Tiny Spirit City. Most of them were curious and envious. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.